Cultfigga TV. Happy birthday, Cultfigga King. Why did y'all big a revolution? Revolutionary salute, y'all.
They don't want to cross the king.
You know, we just enjoying ourselves tonight. Want y'all to be sure to watch y'all feet that we hit the like button. If you in the house of revolution, like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Salute. Don't look at good dinner, man. Salute BIG. I see you.
You better ask them.
Happy birthday, baby. I appreciate you. Salute. We got so much to discuss.
They don't want to cross the king. You better ask them. If they ask them in the ring, then I'ma smash them.
Y'all post up there, roll up that good dinner, man. Pour up that good drink, man.
They don't want to cross the king. They don't want to try the team. They don't want to be the one. Find in that horror scene. Head chopped off.
No, roll it up.
Boy, you shit. They don't really know. But they really know you do. Fuck you and you.
Cultfigga King Y in the building.
Bitch, we don't fuck with you.
Hey, Fat Joe disrespecting the family. You gotta talk about it.
I disappeared that boy. Headshot, red dot, double clock, double face, double glock. Boom! Would be glad.
It's dinner time. We in the building for the family.
Fucking ass, I get lost to the wrong one. Thought I was a game banger, now you know I'm God, son.
King that.
King that brought the team back.
We got to get it in tonight, y'all.
You never seen
But they don't want to cross the king. Cultfigga King Y, we in here. We got to talk about Fat Joe tonight, y'all. And his ties to SPM. Salute. It's dinner time. Look to the real, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Give you a Cultfigga on his birthday, man.
Don't nobody really know. Bodies mutilated, so they label them as John Doe. What they try to run for? Sniper rifle, top floor. Everybody know
We got them choppers like the gun show.
head honcho, letting chicks call me Sancho. Leader of the revolution like I'm El Poncho.
Vidal, salute to Vidal. R.I.P. Gatekeeping, y'all.
People call me Tony. Say they never rain in Southern Cali. That's a lie. Here's why. Watch them holler tips fly. Bullets falling out the
We in the building, salute to India.
like that Johnny Kill guy.
Everybody here is bumping, so I know they feel why.
I'ma eat one of
Human beings that never kill why.
still in the field, getting it in.
Look at everybody in the building.
Race was for this one
We
shot.
just getting cranked up. Hold on, y'all. Now,
You've been rapping a long time. You had
gotta
to go.
bring that
When I
back.
heard this new music, y'all could go to Cultfigga King Y on SoundCloud. I got some music on there. Across the King.
gotta bring
I
that
want to
back.
let y'all hear that other shit. Some of it is from the mob days. I'm still got it.
We gotta bring that back. Salute to everybody in the building. Appreciate the people with Cultfigga on his birthday. We're gonna get into Fat Joe and all his disrespect. He crazy hip hop. That nigga damn business. Fat Joe. Salute, family. I appreciate the love. Y'all roll something up, man. What y'all cooking on? What y'all got y'all cooking?
Return of the Immortals.
What? Let me get this thing warmed up for y'all, man.
Then I'ma smash them. They talking about guns and things. Boy, if it was a race,
I fly right past them. They don't want to cross the king. Cultfigga King Y. I'm in the building. We in the building.
if it was a race, Cultfigga.
What?
They don't want to cross the king.
They don't want to try the team.
They don't want to be
Kicking it with the revolutionary kings and queens tonight. We got a lot. Fat Joe, the main topic.
really know you do. Fuck you and you.
You can't steal hip hop from us, you goddamn colonizer.
Bitch, we don't fuck with you. Out of town, don't come around unless you got a gas. Boy,
New queen.
I disappeared that.
Boy, headshot.
Red dot.
Man, y'all get comfortable, man. Post something up. Y'all got something to slip on, pull it up. Y'all smoke it, roll it up, man. Tonight's the night. Don't be shy. We're in the house of revolution with Cultfigga King Y. We kicking on my birthday, man. Salute, family. I appreciate the love, man. I'm gonna be dropping that link later in the show, letting y'all kick it if y'all want to come kick it. Discuss this topic. They don't want to cross the team, man. Look at everybody that's in the building. Y'all keeping on call for the team. Watch. It's 44th birthday live stream, man. I'm over here drinking. I'm over here smoking. We got Cuban cigars. We bought. R.I.P. Fidel Castro. That's my OG. Boy, they head honcho. It's the head honcho. Cultfigga. Leader of the revolution, nigga. Appreciate the love, balance. That's a lot. Here's why. Want y'all to relax tonight. Roll up, pull up, salute. Appreciate the love, Queen. Everybody here, brother, so I know they feel. I'ma eat water. Human beings are never killed. It's one shot, it's one kick. Woo! They don't want to cross the king, go for the king while live in the building. We gotta talk about Fat Joe tonight, y'all. Salute to the revolutionary, salute family. I appreciate the love. One, they don't want to cross the king, go for it. I made it, y'all. I made it, y'all. I thought y'all had returned. A lot of haters didn't want to. Haters didn't think I was gonna make it, y'all. They didn't want to see me here today, man. But I'm here with y'all. We kicking it, man. Fuck the haters, man. This is my day to let the haters know how you lose again. Liars. Just because you're black, that don't mean you won't die. It's enough with 12. You know what I'm saying? We got good smoke. I got good drinking here with revolutionary friends and family. We got a good revolutionary topic. Fat Joe disrespecting us. Okay, let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. Get their ass up in the ring. Revolutionary salute, family. I appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. Cultfigga King, why? They don't want to cross the king, man. Cultfigga King, why? The leader of revolution is here tonight, man. The solar child, man. The solar child is here. Hold on. Y'all give me 1 second. And we got to deal with, hold on. Revolutionary salute. Let's get this right. To Bew. That I'm saying that right. Revolutionary salute, Queen. Salute to everybody in the building. Revolutionary salute to Bew for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Salute to everybody chilling with Cultfigga King Wild on his birthday. We're going to get into Fat Joe, that big, fat, phony disrespecting us. Fat Joe's disrespecting Malcolm. 1980, that's right, man. I'm an 80s baby, man. Disrespecting Martin. You disrespected Huey P. You disrespected Fred Hampton. You appreciate the love. You disrespected George Jackson. Let me tell y'all something. Fat Joe and them racist, biggest revolutionary salute. I appreciate the love. They would have said that about everybody I just named. Oops, hold on. Revolutionary salute to Oops for the donation to the war chest. Say Fat Joe being used by the master as a distraction. You think so? Because he definitely got our attention. But he got to get some attention. But we still going to be focused on all of the shit that's going on all over the world. Y'all already know they can't distract this platform. But since it was revolutionary salute to our Queen Kiana Perkins for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate the love, Queen. Since it was my birthday stream, I said, you know what? I'm going to bring something to the table that we can interact on because I'm going to be dropping a link. Let some of y'all come on here and talk to Cultfigga about this shit that it can pick up steam. This is something I'm seeing all over the blogs. Fat Joe disrespect us. So you right, Hoops. You right. You right, because you need to understand, we know about World War III and other things that's taking place. But we need to put Fat Joe in his place and people like Fat Joe. But I'm bringing something nobody else in the hip-hop community is talking about, Fat Joe ties to SPM. Yeah, we're going to get it. We're finna talk about the Mexican P. Diddy. Salute, Queen. We're finna talk about the Mexican P. Diddy. SPM, I'm there. See, you right on time, huh? They may not come when you want, but they're right on time. Now, remember
We're the first ones to do this. Let's remember, there is not one channel that is since they want to, since Fat Joe want to open his mouth. Okay. Fat Joe, you want to open your mouth and disrespect us and call revolutionaries like Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, Khalid Muhammad, salute Queen, I appreciate the love, Fred Hampton, George Jackson, you call them racist, salute family, appreciate the love, you call them broke. Huh? What? Oh, that's why you don't want to help us get our reparations. You want us to be broke, huh? You colonizer. You saying people who taking a stand for their people, they racist. How dare you talk about Malcolm X like that, Fat Joe? I dare you disrespect George Jackson and Huey P. Newton like that. You think we're going to let you get away with calling Khalid Muhammad a racist because he cared about us and didn't give a damn about how you and nobody else felt? But what we want to know is, Fat Joe, I want to know, Cultfigga, I'm the first one to say this, you dirty bastard. Why are you disrespecting us, but you defending the Mexican P. Diddy, South Park Mexican, who, let's get this right. I want to make sure I document this because I don't want to lie on nobody. Hold on, let me get my Cuban cigar while I'm talking to you, you big bitch. Why the hell are you defending a man who was incarcerated for sexually assaulting a 9-year-old? 9 years old, they arrested him. His partners, see, he was at his partner house while he was locked up. He pretended like he wanted the woman, right? That's the 52 fake from perverts like SPM. You know what I'm saying, Joe? We need to look at your past now. He didn't really want the woman. He went at the young girl. He was incarcerated for the 9-year-old. That's on his record. Fat Joe, you didn't care, right? You're big, fat, pork and pig? Okay, good. Why I don't bond? He bonded out because he had money, Fat Joe. You should know that. He bonded out, Fat Joe. SPM, the Mexican P. Diddy, that pervert, the Mexican Jeffrey Epstein. Then he was laid up in the hotel because he couldn't change from his sinful, wicked ways, Fat Joe. SPM was laid up in the hotel room. They busted him, 2 14-year-olds. What do you know about that type of stuff, Fat Joe? 2 14-year-olds. Did you know that SPM baby mama was 13 years old? He was in his 20s making money, living good. He decided to go to the high school and junior high, and pick up a 13-year-old. That's who Fat Joe is protecting bloggers. Do you hear me? I'm giving y'all breadcrumbs. He's defending a man who sexually assaulted a 9-year-old. That ain't no government conspiracy. That man ain't El Chapo. He's the Mexican P. Diddy. And you defending him, Fat Joe. So now we can proceed. What do you have to say about a man who sexually assaulted a 9-year-old, man who pervertedly was busted with 2 14-year-olds in the hotel room laid up, then a man who baby mama was 13-year-old? How you feel about him, Fat Joe?
SPM, the South Park Mexicans, and definitely injustice to him.
What?
I'll tell you that much.
What? Y'all heard him? You see what we're dealing with? He says it's an injustice to SPM. What about the 9-year-old? Was it injustice to her? What about, that's a government conspiracy. They was after his money. Okay, you say the mama who, that he 52 fake like he wanted her, but he sexually assaulted her 9-year-old. That's not a lie. That's what he's convicted for. Okay, you say the mama, she wanted money. Well, what about the 2 14-year-olds, Fat Joe, that he was laid up with in the hotel room? Oh, man, they was acting like they was older than that, man. Man, they be out here tricking niggas. Oh, they be out here tricking niggas, Fat Joe? Why his baby mama was 13 years old? Oh, man, I thought she really was a teacher. I didn't know she was a student at the elementary school I went to that he was going to pick her up at. Yeah, right.
Never would have known about Houston if it wasn't for the South Park Mexican. Don't listen to what niggas say and everything. If you know Carlos and you know the South Park Mexican and you know he won't do no shit like that, don't be sucking.
Hold on, y'all. Because this very good information, what we just heard. See, we got to, what he just said was, he just said, if you really know Carlos, you know Carlos will never mess with a 9-year-old girl while he at the house pretending like he want to mess with her mama. That was the 52 fake. Well, how do you know that he like young girls? His baby mama's 13. But that Fat Joe tell it, oh man, that's a government conspiracy. That his baby mama's 13? Well, I heard that she used to work in a strip club. That's not what SPM said out of his own mouth, and I already played them videos. SPM said out of his own mouth on Donnie Houston that was a lie. People who spread that girl, he picked her up from junior high or the high school He picked her up. He knew damn well the girl was 13. So what is Fat Joe? Salute, family. I appreciate you being in the building. What the hell is Fat Joe talking about? Man, don't believe what nobody says. If you really know Carlos, that man say he wouldn't even know about Houston if it wasn't for SPM. So you telling me you partied? You really partied? What do SPM got over Fat Joe? We know that we already talked about power and to my freedom, man. I wonder they really partied with SPM too, the Mexican P Diddy. Why is Fat Joe saying SPM? He wouldn't know nothing about Houston. You didn't know about Houston with Scarface, with Ghetto Boys. So you telling me you never heard of Screwed Up Click? Man, come on, man. Let's listen. Salute, fan. Appreciate it. Let's listen to him again. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
If you know Carlos Mexican, never would have known about Houston if it wasn't for the South Park Mexican. Don't listen to what niggas say and everything. If you know Carlos and you know the South Park Mexican and you know he wouldn't do no shit like that, don't be sucking the government's dick. So
I'm saying? You don't be smoking, but roll up that good dinner, man. Put it in there, man. What y'all drinking on? Drink something out, man. Y'all shot on. Come on, man. What y'all there? FBI? What y'all is this a bust or something party, man? Goddamn, I know P Diddy party, but a Cultfigga party, man. Hold on. You know, this ain't that P Diddy spike punch. You feel what I'm saying? This is that good. We ain't sprinkling that in trying to take advantage of nobody over here. But back to the subject at hand. Salute to everybody in the building. I appreciate y'all kicking it with the y'all mean revolution on their birthday. We're getting into Fat Joe disrespecting foundational Black Americans. Just salute to them. Some people don't like that. We like to talk about the descendants of slaves. We love that. Remember, I'm an ancestor of Thomas Daniel Sr., one of the original Buffalo soldiers, fought in the Battle of the Saline River. That's a fact. My great ancestor fought in the Civil War. Bitch, I'm gonna talk about my people. I'm gonna talk about who we is. I don't give a fuck who don't know who their family members. I do. I'm a descendant of Thomas Daniel Sr., you son of a bitch. We want our motherfucking money, reparations. Revolutionary salute, fam. I appreciate you being in the building. So I appreciate Fat Joe calling revolutionaries broke. You motherfucking ungrateful bastard. When last time you been in Puerto Rico trying to free the land? Huh? You want to be white, Fat Joe. You want to be white, but you cosplaying a black man. So we got to backhand you today. We're going to listen to what he said about the foundation of Black America. This is what I'm saying. He calling them radical racists. That's how you feel about Malcolm X? Now, I'm glad he's saying that. He don't give a damn about Malcolm. He never liked Colin Muhammad. You think he loved George Jackson? Huey P. Newton? Fuck no. You think that nigga give a damn about Farrakhan them? No. He's saying they're racist radicals. Y'all got to understand what's happening here. Now we got the real Fat Joe, and now we have him on tape saying that don't believe the lies about SPM, the government. SPM ain't like that for those 1,000 kilos. They didn't get that man for putting 10 hits on nobody. He cosplaying gangster. He like young girls. And Fat Joe, what do he have on you? Peace and blessings. Salute, family. Let's hear more, because he kicking it. Now this is him, he kicking it.
His family. So what do this man have on his
So you gotta make it happen. Mexicans, Latino, white, all of that. What do y'all need? You gotta be profound. I seen what Joe and I did. I got you. Over in my place. I told my wife. Standing in my box of big screen. See that money?
That's the important part. Fuck all that. Let's get this the important part. I don't want to see them bastards.
SPM for South Park Mexicans. And definitely injustice to him.
Injustice to him. You hear that? He's saying it's injustice that the Mexican Jeffrey Epstein, the Mexican P. Diddy, is arrested for sexual assault on a 9-year-old. He said that's injustice. That's a government conspiracy. That's what he said. This dude said that the Mexican P. Diddy is injustice because he was busted laid up with 2 14-year-olds. Oh man, that was a government setup. He was set up. That was the government sent those teenagers in there, man, and pretend like they was some groupies. He was after them. What about his 13-year-old baby mama? Oh, man, come on, man. Get SPM a break, man. He made good music, though. Man, we don't give a damn about none of that shit.
Tell you that much.
Never would have known about Houston if it wasn't for the South Park Mexican. Don't
That's
listen
disrespectful
to
that fuck nigga. You feel what I'm saying? What you mean you never would have known about Houston if it wasn't for SPM? You disrespectful bastard. You disrespectful bitch. That nigga came in the game, nigga, on screwed up click motherfucking dick, nigga. That's real talk, nigga. That nigga came in the game, nigga, roaching out the house that Screw built, nigga. What the fuck you think you talking to? Boy, you think we don't know the truth about SPM? Now I would have never heard. Listen, now you saying, Fat Joe saying he would have never knew about Houston if it wasn't SPM. Bitch, I'm from Texas, 30 minutes outside of Houston. I would have never known the SPM if it wasn't for DJ Screw. So it's something ain't adding up. You saying you wouldn't have known about Houston if it wasn't for him. Bitch, I wouldn't know about him if it wasn't for DJ Screw, my nigga. You trying to leave Screw out of helping this roach get some shine. Come on, man. Revolutionary salute, Queen. I appreciate the love. Now, don't you ever in your life disrespect Screw. But this is the problem. We just need to separate that from Screw because now we understand birds of a feather, nigga, they flock to motherfuckers together. SPM got your ass on some of them tapes. You partied real tough in Houston with SPM. SPM was loving young girls. Let's understand this. He was loving young girls. What he got on you, Fat Joe? I believe he got the Epstein tapes on all these rappers. What it do, family? Salute to you. You know, we are pre-long-lived dog. Salute, Queen. We in here, man. And we dealing with a perverted bastard who disrespect our people. We're going to get into what he said about the Foundation of Black Americans. Once again, he don't like Malcolm X. He hate Huey P. Newton. Fat Joe say he can't stand Khalid Muhammad. He hate George Jackson. That's what he said. He hate revolutionary radicals who love their people. That's what he said, and who try to think about their people. He said that, man. Ain't no crawfish out of it. You said you hate revolutionary radicals. That was Malcolm X. That was Fred Hampton. If you're tired of the lies, like this clown here, Fat Joe been giving, and we are undressing him. And whenever we talk about, quit saying he said FBA, he said Malcolm X and Khalid Muhammad. He dressed it up in Foundation of Black Americans, but really you think anyone ever heard a speech from Khalid Muhammad and felt good about himself? See, this is when they give our grace a backhand and then try to wrap it about, them broke motherfuckers. I'll be the first one to say the revolution has been struggling. Hey, man, the revolution ain't a rich man's game. I'll be the first one to say that the revolutionaries never sold out. Yeah, okay. Fat Joe, you gotta stand, nigga. They have morals, bastard. They would never party with Diddy like you. You feel what I'm saying? But you talking about, but you trying to go at, foundational black peace and blessings. You trying to act like you're talking about descendants of slaves, you dirty colonizer. This man, see this bastard who don't give a fuck about liberating Puerto Rico, bitch. The U.S. don't even want to have nothing to do with y'all. You kissing ass to the white man who look at you as a servant. You always gonna be nothing to him, Fat Joe. Yeah, we gonna get yes. We gonna get in that big. I'm warming up. Goddamn, man, this my pulpit big. I'm gonna get to that, brother. Dick. You just passed off and play. Tell him Cultfigga on Cash App. Dick passed off and play, man. Why? One of the sisters gonna give him a solo in a second. But salute. Tell D we in here, man. Post something. Look, I'm warming, man. Go ahead and tell him I'm warming it up. We getting to that. Like I said, I'm the only one on YouTube who done tied him to SPM. Check. He tied to SPM. He said SPM is a decent man and a government conspiracy. Government conspiracy? When I hear about big-time Mexican Mexican kingpins, when I hear conspiracy, that's supposed to come with 1,000 keys, not 3 underage teenagers, Fat Joe.
Niggas say and everything. If you know Carlos and you know the South Park Mexican, and you know he won't do no shit like that, all right. Don't be sucking the government's dick.
All right, sucking the government's dick. All right, let's get to the bread and butter. I just want to tie him to the Mexican P. Diddy, the Mexican Jeffrey Epstein. Check, we did that. You know? Now, we're going to get into the disrespect, how he disrespected. Let's hit his brother. Going to what did he have to say about Malcolm X and Huey P. Newton and Khalid Muhammad. Salute, Queen. I appreciate you being in the building. Salute. I appreciate you being with me on my birthday. Salute for you being a member for 8 months. You helped keep the lights on in here. You helped keep Cultfigga being able to do this for y'all so long and to let the people know they can't ban the truth. They can't shut this platform down.
Sometimes I say it, I've been saying for years.
Now let's listen to this.
You believe Fat Joe said hip hop was Puerto Rican and black?
Well, you said that Fat Joe is disrespectful for saying that blacks and Latinos created hip hop 50-50. Did you actually say 50-50?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's just not true.
That's not true.
Yeah.
And
shout out to Fat Joe, but yeah. I mean, Latinos were around, but you can't say 50-50.
Not at all. Not at all. You can't even say 90-10. I mean,
Peace, family. This is King Messiah, and today we're going to point out all the lies that Fat Joe threw at Tariq Nasheed. But before we start, we need you to hit that subscribe button. We are affecting social change through social media.
Where you
Thank you.
been?
Let's get into that, because I think people outside of New York, it's hard for them to understand, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Trinidadians, Jamaicans, Guyans.
Not for me. It's not hard for me to understand. Salute to all of the revolutionary Puerto Ricans, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Cubans. R.I.P. Fidel Castro. Bitch, I'm smoking. I got a Cuban cigar right here. I had plenty of them. Birthday bash. Nigga, real bosses smoking on Cuban cigars. It's easy for us to understand them. What we don't understand is, I was asking somebody this earlier. I'm perplexed. But when the cocaine era hit, how is it that every group, so Revolutionary Salute Queen, I appreciate you being in here. How is it that every group of immigrants, that man just named, all had drugs and big drugs? And what they don't like, Fat Joe, you talking about the Foundation of Black Americans? How the fuck did our people have to go to every group he just said to get drugs? Oh, man. Y'all some poor illegal immigrants. Who the fuck gave y'all all them drugs? This is the government. See, I talked about this before. It's the reason why people like Fat Joe and them was able to press that, and it's true. I mean, my kid was talking about this earlier. 50 Cent, his crew stood up. A lot of people voted to them Puerto Ricans in New York. They was able to kill a lot of our people. I told the people about niggas like Alpo, the Spanish cat. He was able to kill a lot of black people, murder a lot of black people. You see what I'm saying? You feel me? They were letting them get away with that. Even I talked about this. I talked about Haitian Jack. I talked about goddamn Jimmy Henchman. Government informants who the government was allowing to press and lock down the black people in the music industry. We already know about the Cubans, what they did when they came over here. We already know about the Colombians. We know about the Jamaicans. We know that a lot of people who came over here, all of a sudden, they had all the drugs a person could ever have. We had to go to them, and a lot of killing went on. You know what I'm saying? We had to fight back. They were trying to kill a lot of people, you know? But these cats think, we really don't understand. We understand more than the motherfucker think we understand. We do understand now. See, a lot of them cats been working with the government a long motherfucking time, man, been getting away with murder. People like Fat Joe need to stop running his mouth, because if he is a kilo kingpin, why he never did no kilo? He just like SPM, rapped about shit they never motherfucking did. SPM locked up for playing with kids. Fat Joe, what's your sins?
First of all, let's start by this. Let's start by this.
Each other.
Let's start by this. These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them.
Right.
See, this phone been eavesdropping. This phone right here been eavesdropping, and what we've been saying about we know a little bit more now than what some of the greats knew. You progress, and one thing we've been understanding, we've been getting sabotaged. We have a new saying Malcolm didn't have. Colin didn't have. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. We done walk with it. Oh, wait a motherfucking minute. We can hear now. Some of you go to some of these X spaces, they saying hell with reparations. Anything look like reparations for us. Whoa, what the hell you talking about? Oh, y'all lazy. Y'all need to work harder. Everything you could ever have here. Whoa, wait a goddamn minute, boy. We didn't understand. But now we do. You see, it's conversations that's going on. It's none of their business. Fuck you mean. I just told you Thomas Daniel Sr. fought in the Civil War. One of the first Buffalo soldiers fought in the Battle of the Saline River. We gonna talk this talk. What the fuck you? Y'all Johnny come ladies? Bitch, you ain't die. Your people ain't shedding no blood for this shit. But you trying to talk about how we feel. They don't care about anybody who's not part. You damn right, because you're backstabbing bitches don't care about us. You didn't want to kiss my motherfucking ass and want to stab us in the back. And now we're hip to this. And what's going on? Fat Joe, you never been tough for nobody but black Americans. Bitch, why your tough guy stories about the Cubans? When have you pressed the motherfucking Colombians? When the fuck you pressed the Dominicans? No, you have none of them stories, Fat Joe. Every motherfucker about it, Fat Joe pressure was black people. You know? Because they had the green light to leave our ass in the alleys, to fuck us up, commit supreme violence. And then they just deport them. Oh, you just kill us off, and then you just get deported. Revolutionary salute, family. I appreciate the love. Yeah, this one we here. They're best thought he protected Tupac. Oh, you liar. This man been lying his whole career. Now he got way beside himself. Now and showing his true colors.
Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
These, you want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the these broke niggas is. I'm just kidding.
So this was one of the first
broke niggas. Bro, see, them cats in hip-hop let him use that word too loosely. I don't feel no love there. And see, that didn't come off his tongue as no term of endearment. When I said motherfucker look like him, when I hear him say that type of shit, I need to see some love. I didn't feel the love coming from his voice when he said broke niggas. You could have had a Ku Klux Klan hood on your motherfucking head, and I would have felt the same motherfucking resentment for our people when you said broke niggas. He think he's slick. You know what I'm saying? Around his people, they ask him, why are you acting like the niggas? You got what? Why you acting like the Maya? Why you acting like them, Joey? Straighten up, Joey. Straighten up, Joey. Why you acting like the colors, Joey? That's what your fucking people tell you, but now you want to sit here and call us niggas.
Clear lies. I mean, the world and everyone in the community knows that Tariq Nasheed is one of the most financially secure, financially comfortable directors / media personalities that we have yet to see. In fact, when he raised $1 million for the Hidden History Museum in about 30 days, give or take, he received a lot of criticism. But let's get back into the lies and the slander.
And that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Oh, man, you gotta be kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop wop. Yo, bro. They have a big problem, these guys, right? So they're against anybody who ain't with them. So this ain't a popular message. This ain't what everybody's saying. We might be giving them too much light right here is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right.
So there's a small minority to get on them Twitters and they running it up.
See? It's ain't a popular message. He think the message of Malcolm, that's not popular. The message of Huey P., who gives a damn? The message of Fred Hampton, message of Khalid Muhammad, he said those are broke niggas. That's what he's saying. What the fuck you can't? Well, I can't understand this man come out of his mouth. Oh, man, what the fuck about Fred Hampton? Them broke niggas. I'm getting this money. Who gives a fuck about they poor man's message about they people? He got rich off eating off our people. I know motherfucking Puerto Ricans bought them fucking records. We bought the records. Him cars playing hip hop. You understand that? Acting like this motherfucker is Milli Vanilli. He's an actor. A good one at that. This nigga stuck in the motherfucking Fat Joe hip hop black. I'm black. Roll. He won't let it go. Revolutionary salute to balance for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. This is so disrespectful, but these cats, see, they ain't only feel to see a lot of these cats folded like lawn chairs coming in contact with him and the government informers who are allowed to brutalize us. And if they got to get deported, then they just get deported. But these motherfuckers had all of the drugs, like all other immigrants. I want to know how the fuck all of the immigrants who came over here had all the fucking kilos they wanted, all the heroin, and then they had to be our plugs. What the fuck? We got to investigate how did all these motherfuckers get all the goddamn drugs? They was immigrants. They keep telling us we come over here poor. Bitch, where you get 300 kilos from then?
So there's a few points to highlight. You know, it's interesting how the world will try to make someone a leader when this person repeatedly tells the world, I am not a leader, repeatedly tells the community, I am not a leader. Second, it's interesting how people will try to make a lineage into a group when the people from the lineage have repeatedly stated this is simply a lineage. This is not an organization. This is not a group. So when someone starts to disrespect your lineage, you know, one, you can ask, is it ignorance or is it blatant disrespect and disregard for what you are verbally saying? And in this video, Fat Joe is completely misconstruing what FBA means, misconstruing that there is a leader, which Tariq is not a leader. He's just...
We've all done Fat Joe fucking business, what it means, what it stands for. It's none of his business, bro. And for him to mock it and joke about it, shit, he needs some revolutionary correct. He needs real life to get pressed about that. We don't give a fuck about them government informers that's been backing him. The ones that if you fuck with them, they can do violence to them so they can get deported, and they still go sell kilos to the government, move them somewhere else to do the same shit. We own these cats, bro. We gonna expose all them phonies who've been pressing black people, but they've been tied to the government, and the government been allowing them to have all these goddamn kilos, and all they always some plugs. Who giving them this shit? You're supposed to have been broke. Every last one of them, same story. I was broke, peasant, I come from, bitch, the gig is up. The gig is up. We tired of that, man. Revolutionary salute to our Queen Shani G for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate the love. But Fat Joe done made a terrible mistake. He stepped in the night, and the people reacting, we react. It's none of his business. All that leader shit. He trying to see what he doing. He trying to put the police. He want the police to get this man. You government informant type. But what I didn't like when he called them broke niggas. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all because I thought these people like him said nigga was a term of endearment. He's saying like broke niggas, poor black people. That poor black people. That's what he's saying. They just poor black people. Who the hell listening to him? I made all my money off of them. We didn't like that, Fat Joe. We knowing you a cosplaying phony and a faker, man. And we don't. And them war stories. Really, we tired of hearing about how y'all been pressing black people, y'all government informers, and because y'all had all the bricks from the government, y'all can get away with killing black people in New York. Y'all think that shit funny? That shit not funny, bro. That's serious business. I don't like them stories about this motherfucker here thinking they can get away with killing black people in New York, and they think that they motherfucker claim to fame. When I know these bastards is scared of the white man, why? Because they don't give a fuck about Puerto Rico. Where I want to be part of the U.S. so bad, nigga. Hold on, revolutionary salute to our Queen Shannon G for another donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate the love, Queen. That's serious business. They ain't never gonna do shit for Puerto Rico. They don't give a damn about Puerto Rico. They don't give a damn the hellhole that it has become, and that the bootlicking that's going on over there, and that they want to be colonizers they goddamn self, and they really want to be white. But he done made it big, cosplaying the back man. But now he letting his heart out. He hate revolutionaries. Salute, family. I appreciate the love.
It's one FBA in the entire world that promotes his culture and his lineage proudly, the same way other races and other cultures do. But people try to make it into some type of minority, small, radical organization when it's not. And that it's sad that people will try to twist the narrative just to fit what they are trying to promote. Let's get back into the video.
Like your man Lord Jamar, who's a Looney Tune. Mm-hmm. Okay, he's a loony bin, right? And they running it up. Mm-hmm. We got a fucking Looney Tune. Okay, he's a loony bin, right?
Puerto Ricans, do you feel like they played a part in creating hip hop?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Were they early? Were they the first contributors? Yes. Did they do things to help proliferate hip hop? Yes. Were they, do we have valuable people from the Puerto Rican culture that has contributed? Absolutely. But in the beginning stages of hip hop, in the creation stages of hip hop, this was very much a Black American youth thing that had no outside influences from Puerto Rico or Jamaica or any other type of place that you may name. The influences, if anything, were from down south America. The influences were our parents' music. Like, it had nothing to do with any outside people, and any individuals that might have been from those places did not bring that culture to hip hop. They had to act Black in order to assimilate to hip hop culture. That's all that's being said. There's no hatred or no racism, whatever they're trying to call foul on. It's just saying, listen, The thing that you love and adore is something that was made by Black American youth. Get over it. It's not the melting pot y'all are trying to paint it as.
We just said that the drug of choice is attention. It's this and this and that. They get a guy who he was a legend. He's brand Nubian.
Right.
And he's the wackest nigga in the crew.
See, what he really means is the crew's whack. You see? Now he got to take a shot at the group, Revolutionary Salute, Family Shalom, at the group Brand Nubian, who they trying to spit, you know what I'm saying, some knowledge for the people, some meat you can eat. See, he's the wackest out the crew. That man ain't never shouted out the crew. He think the crew whack. They some broke ass niggas. We know his mind state. This a fucking colonizer. It's time to, now we understand. It's a colonizer right here. What the fuck is this dude doing around here? What the hell are he talking about? Where did he come from? Huh? You see? Joey exposed himself, man. Anything we talking about as a people, this man don't give a fuck about that shit. That shit radical to him. He want them man move on, man. It's too good. What are you talking about slavery for? He don't want to hear about Thomas Daniel Sr., my ancestor who fought in the Civil War, and then who was a Buffalo soldier, fought in the Battle of the Saline River. He like, man, move on. I don't give a fuck about Thomas Daniel Sr. Bow, bitch, you should say. But he don't want to hear about how we got over it. You think this man give a damn about our struggles? Our pain, our suffering. Oh, man, it's too good around here to hear that. All this money around here. He wanted these. Man, all this money around here? Come on, man, it ain't that bad. He one of them guys. You know? Finally, he done let it out. He don't give a damn about no, like I said, Malcolm X. Oh, shit, Huey P. He don't want to hear nothing about the murder of Fred Hampton. Oh, man. He should have just cooperated. See, this dude, if you get shot by the police, Fat Joe said, was he resisting? Huh? Was he resisting arrest? He one of them type of guys.
Be clear.
Was you resisting arrest?
But now, this nigga might be like trying to get lit, trying to say anything.
See, this nigga, man. Just see, you know, and I'm not one of them motherfuckers who say, man, some people got to watch who say nigga. Him now, it's a problem with him saying it. Now we know how he feel. Wait a minute. It don't sound like no term of endearment. I'm not one of them. The nigga police. Who? How light are you? What are you saying? Do you got any black? You hung around black people? I'm not one of them. Him. Now you let us know what's on your heart. You saying it, nigga. It don't sound right to me no more when he say nigga. I might be tripping, but it sound way. It's a backhand. Now I know you hate revolutionary. Boy, wait, what a minute. You got way too much, homie. That's real talk. Oh yeah, we finna get on to this. Revolutionary salute to Nubian DNA for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionary way of life. I appreciate the love, family. Salute. Yeah, we gotta really see about Fat Joe and his language now.
Flat to this, that, anything to go viral. I just told you I stopped my shit because I go too viral. I'm scared. I'm too viral.
Right.
It comes from a tribe.
Right.
It comes from a group of people that hate everybody but them. You know, there's radical Jews, there's radical Catholics, there's radical.
Well, that's how you feel about Farrakhan, huh? See, it only take for a minute for a dude to tell you how you feel about the Nation of Islam. Oh, you say they hate people, they don't give a damn about nobody who they only care about themselves. They don't like other. You can talk about Israel, Jews. Oh, brother, you don't like Farrakhan, do you? You never liked the Nation of Islam. Tell us, Fat Joe, you've been acting. Why are you going to Farrakhan rallies if you don't like radicals? You know, Farrakhan, they talking about the white man was the devil, Joe. Huh? You heard their theory on how the white man was created? You heard about the big head scientist, Joe? Joe, is that racist? Is Dr. Yaku? That we need that Joe now. Because now we know, you saying there's some people out here that could be racist, they're talking about certain specific things. How you feel about the Nation of Islam talking about the big head scientist, Joe? This and see him I never heard of that. Why is he gonna tell us he never heard of the story of Dr. Yaku? I know Farrakhan's a good man. Yeah, all right. Now we know your heart now, boy.
Radical Puerto Ricans, this radical anything. If you do enough of that shit, enough of in-house racism, you wind up looking at the world fucked up. You can't even move around.
Right.
You understand? So that's how this shit come about.
In-house racism.
These guys don't like nobody but them.
In-house racism. You know, that's kind of crazy, man. See, that's so disrespectful to our people to say, you know what, y'all really the racist. What the hell are you talking about? Ain't nobody said no racist shit, brother. We just talking about what we need to rectify some shit, make some things whole. You see, the problem is this country is a deadbeat country. You $35 trillion in the hole. We have a problem with the United States being $35 motherfucking trillion in the hole, man. We see now. The gig is up. Y'all never want to pay us because you never plan on paying no motherfucking body. But people like Fat Joe, he decided, he gonna get in on the scheme of ripping off people like us. And just say, hey man, let bygones be bygones. Oh man, what the fuck are you even in our business for? You never fought no wars in this goddamn country. None of your people did, bitch. You didn't even fight in the battle of Puerto Rico versus the US. Your people laid down too motherfucking easy, boy.
Definitely another blatant lie. I mean, it's interesting how when the world shows camaraderie and shows love for their culture, no one looks at them as being in-house racist. You know, for years and centuries, you know, you've had your Jamaican Pride Day, you got your Caribbean Day, or, you know, they do their parades, they fly their flags. And now that Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, indigenous Black Americans, freemen Black Americans are starting to acknowledge their identity, are starting to acknowledge their culture, it has become, you know, the greatest threat on the planet. Why is that?
How could he say this? How could he? Bro, have you been to my hood? Do you know where I'm from?
Sure.
You know, we did my brother's funerals. More Black people than Spanish people at the funeral sitting next to my mother. Do you know where I'm from? But you trying to tell us what happened over here.
See? You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at this whole, do you hear this oppressor, this colonizer talk? I know Black people, they all around my mother. Boy, we don't hear about people carrying your mother bags and open up her car for her. Who the fuck you think you talking to, boy? They protected my mother for me. Bitch, think this is a Godfather movie? We said these government informants come to this country as peasants and y'all get all the kilos and all the drugs. We want to know who you're getting it from, Fat Joe. That's what the fuck the conversation all about. Not only you, but all the other immigrant groups who came to America. And next thing you know, we had to go to them because they had all the drugs. We thought y'all was broke. How the fuck y'all getting all these kilos? Where y'all getting all this shit from? I thought y'all was peasants. And y'all left y'all country in poverty. Well, how the hell did y'all go to New York and all over America? Then y'all got all the drugs. Y'all the motherfucking plug. You dirty bastard. You rap about it. How did all that happen, Fat Joe? Where did y'all get all that money from? Huh? What happened? It's something missing in this rags to riches story, Joe. And I think it's the U.S. government, bastard.
All the legends I know, when I go to the legendary shit, they're all Black and Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
And I sit there with them and I'm like, and they don't believe it. They don't understand.
So there we have it. I want you guys to go ahead and leave it in the comment section. How do you feel about the topic? Do you feel like hip hop was created by Hispanic people and Black Americans, or do you feel?
Revolution. Y'all be sure to wipe y'all feet out in the House of Revolution. Let's hear. All right, let's hear a little bit. Let's hear Lord Jamar response. Then we're gonna get some Tariq Nasheed response, and we even gonna let y'all respond tonight, y'all. That's right. Tonight, I'm gonna let y'all come up and respond. How y'all feeling about this? You know, because I'm the son of a preacher. I go all night by my goddamn self.
These rumors.
I got a lot to say about a lot.
By radical Black racists.
Yeah, we radical Black racists.
Let's just say that.
Okay? All our group of these guys radical Black racists.
Don't want to hear Jamaican. Don't want to hear Guyanese. Don't want to hear. They don't want.
Salute to my brother Golden Mash for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you, man. Salute to your unwavering support from you, family. Salute.
Hear a Black guy that ain't down.
Let's make sure that we remember this is the guy. Revolutionary salute, family. I appreciate that love. Welcome to the Cultfigga B-Day party where we making sure we the ones tied SPM. So I know this gonna come out later on. Remember where that came from? SPM and South Park Mexican, they good buddies, friends like Diddy and Jay-Z. Follow me. Fat Joe say he wouldn't even know about Houston if it wasn't for Revolutionary salute, family. Appreciate you being in the building. He wouldn't know about Houston if it wasn't for SPM. That's what Fat Joe said. I played the video. He can't take it back. The internet live forever. You wouldn't know about Houston. That's a backhand of Scarface. Are you fucking kidding me? You telling me you heard about this? Listen, he said he wouldn't know about Houston if it wasn't for SPM. You mean to tell me you heard about the pedo SPM before you heard about Scarface? That's a lie. That's him disrespecting black people and what we done this game to try to big up the pedo. The guy who was arrested in prison for messing with a 9-year-old, his partner's daughter, while he was locked up. He 52 fake like he wanted the woman. He didn't like her. He don't like older women. That's a fact. Baby mama 13 years old. Fat Joe don't care about SPM having a baby mama that was 13 years old when he was riding around in a slab getting money. He don't give a damn. He don't give a damn the man was laid up in a hotel room with 2 14-year-olds. No, he didn't know. He said he didn't know nothing about no ghetto boys, revolutionary salute family. Look, I'm not making this up. I played the video. Nobody can say, Cut, you slandering. Fat Joe say he never heard of fucking Houston until it was SPM. That's a conversation in itself. Okay, take that what he said and then come to where we at now. Bitch, you never want to show us no respect, did you? Salute to Irish E. Willis for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, Irish. He never wanted to show us no respect. This bitch here got a lot of hate in his heart for us. You want to know why? It's the I could never be them. No, bitch. How can you be better at us than us? No, bitch. You cannot ever be better at being us than us. That gets at motherfuckers like him. Oh man, you probably rap better than some black people, but that's about it. When it comes to being black, bro, you not that. And it's cool. But in his life, it's not cool because he want to be us. So every time I serious business, we go around his people, they being them, they speaking Spanish, they doing they Puerto Rican thing. Only when he gets into blending in with us, my mother was around the blacks. Then he, feel me? He get to be Joey Crack. You bitch, you ain't sold no packs. Stop, bro. You and SPM, you stop playing them games, my nigga. You was locked up for tax evasion, my nigga. Come on now. You ain't, I know Al Capone was too, but you ain't no killer.
Down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
That's a lot. You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever these bro is. We got a Looney Tune like your man Lord Jamar, who's a fucking loony.
Once again, as a revolutionary, I will not allow him to say broke radical niggas. I won't allow that, bro. You disrespectful as fuck, because I know one thing, two things for sure. That's what they call Malcolm. That's what they said about Khaled. That's what they said about Fred Hampton. That's what they said about Huey P. That's what they said about George Jackson. I put it on everything. They said all of our leaders died, bro. Listen, that's broke, dead niggas. How the fuck do you think they influenced the boule to sell us out? They say you want to die like them broke, dead niggas. Salute family. That shit pissed me off because now you government informant. You trying to put it in the face of people like, bitch, them niggas who standing for their people gonna be broke. They gonna be broke niggas. You feel what I'm saying? But as like we don't see what happened to P. Diddy. Bitch, you think we don't see about that fool's gold? You can't fool us no more. Fat Joe, the veil done been lifted on our eyes. No, people, don't be like P. Diddy. No. Revolutionary salute to, hold on, y'all, give me a second to get this shout out. Mr. Altruistic for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate that love, family. Salute. I'll be damned if while P. Diddy and them perverts going down, you make us think that money is everything. Like man make the money, nigga. Like money, like man make the money, money don't make the man. You gotta have some morals. This thing don't got no motherfucking morals, nigga. He trying to fool our people into doing any type of hanky-panky to get money. Man, please. He partied with Diddy. He's a regular on them motherfucking tapes.
Mm-hmm. He's a loony bin, right? We just said that the drug of choice is attention. It's this and this and that. They get a guy who he was a legend. He's brand Nubian, right? And he's the wackest in the crew. Be clear.
I appreciate that love.
But now this might be like trying to get lit, trying to say anything. The world's flat. To this, that, anything to go viral.
Fat Joe has an album out right now. And just like how the Democratic Party kind of expected foundational Black Americans to just support it just because.
Now I'm glad we need to. Glad you brought a Big Pun down there, DJ. We know he ripped off Big Pun. Everybody know his flows got crisper when Pun died. We know he got that motherfucking notepad. We know this nigga ripped off Liz, the wife. Won't help Big Pun son. Won't help him get in the game. Revolutionary salute, Queen. Appreciate you being in the bid. I knew we're gonna show up. Salute to you, love and beauty. We do know that this man absolutely listen to Cuban Link. What Cuban Link got to say about this disrespectful scumbag? Huh? I want to do. Papoose got anything good? I remember Papoose had the sock on this clown when Remy was locked up. This scumbag definitely slept with that man's wife. That's for sure. He slept with Remy. That's for sure. This scumbag did, because he's not a respectable, honorable guy to have around your woman and talk about people broke niggas. So he try to throw money around like the slave master. What this dude understand is somebody always gonna have more money than the next man. So if that's your mind state and if you trying to breed your woman like that, fool, you ain't gonna keep her for long, because anything better, you done taught whoever got more, that's the winner. You is preaching that bullshit to our people. You wanna know why? That's massa mentality. Motherfucker like him, they come in our community and buy our women off, man. You see what I'm saying? Catch somebody that's working 9 to 5, that's not slinging bricks because they work with the government, and call you a broke nigga. You know what I'm saying? You not working with the motherfucking government. You not no government farmer like they motherfucking people is getting all that free motherfucking cocaine, and they coming all that murder in the U.S., motherfucking illegal bastards. And prostitute your motherfucking woman. Cause you niggas, some broke niggas throwing around that motherfucking government money, though. Salute, family. Appreciate the love. Salute to Pacama.
I think Fat Joe thinks that although he has a gripe with foundational Black Americans, I think he believes that we're going to go
he
out.
He don't got no gripe with foundational Black Americans. He hate Malcolm X. He hate Colin Muhammad. He don't give a shit about Huey P. Fred Hampton, George Jackson, because they cared about us. They died on behalf of us. They gave their life for us. That's real motherfucking talk. Revolutionary salute to Sheena for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate the love, Queen. I'm never going to quit beating that drum. He talking about broke revolutionaries who care about their people. Bitch, you just named all the greats. All our goats who cared about us and was willing to fight those who didn't care about us, or who tried to take the little that we had, or who tried to shit on our dream of wanting more, or giving a damn about our people who died for this shit. See, he say that's racist. Well, bitch, you going against everything we stand for. We're not going for that.
Out there and support his new venture. I feel that all foundational Black Americans should boycott Fat Joe's new album.
Fuck that nigga album. You see what I'm saying? Ain't gonna happen, bro.
Because
man, see, man, you gonna be disrespecting us and then think the light, man. That's nigga. That's what our little homies might do when they see you, nigga. Fuck your bitch ass album, nigga. We not going for your tone and what you said about us. We don't like that, Joey. And you playing tough in New York, that's serious business, nigga. It's a limit to y'all criminal reign. You government informers, illegal bastards who got shipped over here because y'all didn't give a fuck about no Puerto Rico. You go down about the white man stealing y'all shit. You know they don't even want to make Puerto Rico a part of America. You want to talk about that, Fat Joe? Why the fuck they don't want to make y'all an American state? Y'all just a fucking colony. Y'all, it's a colony. Salute to the revolutionary Puerto Ricans who want to help Puerto Rico. Not the peasants who want to come here, murder, mayhem, get bricks from the government, kill Black people, brag about it, play tough. Because the government, you can see, you get a get out of jail free card. You killing Black people, you just get deported, man. Who get goddamn? It's easy to be the Colombian killer, and they just letting you kill Black people. Black people don't pay you for your bricks. Kill a couple of them. If you get caught, you get caught. Oh goddamn, nigga, fuck you a Haitian kidnapper, kill a couple Black Americans. You know, if you get caught, they deport you. Fuck if you from El Salvador, this shit is played out. But guess what? We talking about Venezuela and all that. No, let's start with this Puerto Rican colonizer right here. Let's start with him, because we got to put this into the proper perspective. We talking about broke niggas. Oh, that's the tone that you're going to have with somebody who made your phone-ass, fake-ass career. You cosplaying Kingpin, ain't sold no dope, bitch. You ain't sold nothing. You ain't on no wire. That's just a fact. You ain't on no wire taps. Man, stop playing this game. But I don't give a fuck who you been around. Everybody I know, everybody been around crack. Bitch, if you were born in a project, they'll crack out through your building. That don't make you one of the ones, bitch. You know, you ain't on no wild takes, bro. I'm gonna move on from this. But see, you motherfuckers need to stop playing these type of games. And I see what Pimp C was saying, man. I see because Pimp C like you neither, Fat Joe. Pimp C had some harsh words for motherfuckers like you, nigga. That's why Pimp C was talking about country rap tunes. Because he knew the hate that was motherfucker like your heart, boy. That's real talk, man. Then, and remember this. This was a crazy part. You fell off in New York. Nobody wanted to hear your shit no more because you're big pun raps. They got hip to like, oh, near that pun shit. You're like, oh shit. Went to motherfucking Miami, hooked up with Baby, Lil Wayne, they'll bless you. Next thing you know, I make it rain. Then you back. You feel what I'm saying? I'm all the way up. Bitch, you owe the South for that. You owe black people. You didn't come back with the Puerto Rican parade festival salt shaker, you bitch. Come to the South, stole some of that Southern swag, what was going on in Miami. Next thing you know, they put your motherfucking ungrateful ass back on to my broke niggas. You feel what I'm saying, Fat Joe? You disrespectful bitch. You should be thanking us for the rest of your motherfucking life, you little bitch, that you found some more people. You feel what I'm saying? Feed your goddamn family, man. That's real talk, man.
What all these people don't understand is all these people who have been.
Man, salute to Golden Mask, man. He done gifted 10 Cultfigga memberships, man. You made 10 of y'all members, man. Be sure to salute to Golden Mask for that on Cultfigga's birthday. 10 of y'all members. Be sure if you can keep the membership as long as you can. Support the platform. Support the House of Revolution. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate that. Homie, salute to you.
Been ingratiated by hip hop is that if you took it back to your so-called roots or to your motherland or whatever the case may be and asked them to support you,
fuck no, they don't support
you would not be where you are today. I asked KRS. I asked
if Fat Joe around his people, that's in Joey. Why are you talking like that, Joey? Stop, Joey. You're not around the Moolies. You're not around the Mayates, the blacks, the colors. Stop, Joey. Come on, it's your grandmother's birthday, Joey. Not today. You don't have to play black today, Joey. Your motherfucking ass bought and wore your goddamn welcome mat. For real, man. This, it's up in smokes now. Come on, broke niggas. Oh, Joey, what? I wonder what you gonna do now, nigga. Because acting like you us, that's over with.
No. Fat Joe, I asked Lazy Legs, Buster,
and he ain't tough, bro.
A bunch of them. I asked to come to a debate.
My mama, we don't want to hear none of that bullshit. Salute to all my niggas in New York. Let me stand with y'all. Nigga, I swear, we don't want to hear none of them bullshit ass stories that him and nobody else got to talk about. We the laundromat down here, nigga. Fuck Fat Joe. Everything he represent, all them phonies that he with, nigga. That bullshit is over with, nigga. You can't reign at the top forever. You dirty bastard. You should have talked this shit when you was a little stronger, nigga. And y'all bitches had way more muscle than y'all had, bitch. You should have came at us, nigga, at the height of your power, bitch. You and them phonies that you with, you government former. You said this is a lesson. I want to teach y'all youngsters something. Never make the dumb mistake that this nigga just made in your life. Never flex on a people, bitch, when you ain't at the some people know what I'm talking about. You're not strong enough, nigga, to make this mistake that you just made. That's why we blowing up all over the motherfucking internet. You're not at the height of your power, you son of a bitch. Things done changed, nigga. Y'all done lost a bunch of strength. You know what I'm saying? Prices done went down. Other people done moved on. I don't think the Puerto Ricans got the game in a headlock with the coke no more. I guess the federal informants y'all was fucking with the Fed. They moved on to other people. They let the Dominicans do it now. You killed enough black people, Joey. You fucked up now, homie. I'm telling you right now, bitch. Your ass liable to get pressed wherever you go about this, nigga. You gonna have issues about what you said, nigga, about broke niggas and radical blacks. What the fuck you said about Malcolm X? How you feel about Khaled? Fred Hampton. That's why I'm asking you, bitch. How you feel about Huey P? That's what you said. I want to hear about. Don't say Tariq, bitch. That's just a cover. You said Farrakhan Nation of Islam was some radical racists. That's what we hearing it how we hear it, you phony. One thing you need to understand, you not us. You just a colonizer. So when you say bullshit, you know how we hear it coming out of your mouth. You talking about broke niggas. Nah, homie. We past raps. See, Lord Jamar, feel Lord Jamar. Fuck that nigga record. Don't even mention a record, because niggas ain't about no record, nigga. Salute to our brother, Mr. 512, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I definitely appreciate all the love. The haters don't, but they shouldn't have been here if they don't want to see the love.
Sit down and let's talk about like civilized people.
Bring your y'all twist something up,
assets. Bring what you have.
Yeah, we just getting
that strengthens your argument. I'm gonna bring the people that I have that say they were there and can tell you about the origins of hip hop. And yes, some people may have been Puerto Rican. Some people may have had Jamaican background or something like that. But guess what?
This shit bigger than hip hop now. They're bigger than hip hop now. We got a serious problem, nigga. The Cultfigga put on table. Joey, could you explain to us how the fuck your people and other poor immigrant people always came to poor black people neighborhoods and y'all had all the kilos? How the fuck? We thought y'all was immigrants. We really want to have that conversation, bitch. If you don't know, you ask one of your motherfucking uncles. If they don't know, bitch, you ask one of the motherfucking OGs you've been talking about. But I swear to God on my mama, we really want to know how the fuck y'all poor immigrants, nigga, from everywhere else came over here. You want to talk about foundational black Americans, bitch? You want to know how the fuck y'all came over here with all the drugs? All of y'all, nigga. How the fuck y'all was the plug everywhere we went to? It was poor motherfuckers like y'all, nigga. You want to know how, nigga? We know how, nigga. Government informers, bitch. You talking about hip-hop plant. Joey, you probably been one the whole motherfucking time, bitch. I swear to God. You giving yourself up, you talking motherfucker. You should have sat back and enjoyed the motherfucking millions. You cosplay gangster. Nigga, what happened to Big Pun, bitch? How Big Pun really checked up out of here, you motherfucker phony? You don't give a damn about Big Pun because you ain't did shit for his son or his motherfucking wife. You parted with did it, man. That's serious goddamn business, man. I'm going to get back into this. Big Fat Joe. It's going to be a serious business laundromat when people see you, bro. We got some questions for you.
They were all doing and acting like foundational Black American youth. They weren't acting Jamaican. They weren't acting Puerto Rican. When it came to interacting in hip hop circles, even before the culture had a name.
Homage, man. Nah, fuck that. Nah, they 52 fakers. Nigga, we thought that was homage, nigga. I thought Fat Joe was paying homage, nigga. That bitch, he was stealing our shit, nigga. Elvis Presley, nigga. They ain't talking shit, talking about broke niggas like Elvis. Look, that's like Elvis. Look at that Chuck Berry talking about. That's like Elvis. Look at that Chuck Berry talking about broke niggas. What? You swagger jacking, bitch. How the fuck you look at talking about broke niggas? You done stole everything we do, bitch. You never know. You never in your life, nigga. You supposed to bite your tongue. You about something you supposed to keep in your mind, my nigga. You supposed to know better. You got way beside your motherfucking self. Fat Joe, like that Democrat, them Democrats, man, they really got you feeling your motherfucking self, boy. Boy, that Democratic bootlicking, shoe shining, buck dancing shit, man, it really got you out in a whole different type of. I know where you're really attacking the revolutionaries. Listen, two things. Now look, it just came to me. Lord Jamar and Tariq Nasheed both backed Trump and disrespect and disagree with Kamala and those Democrats. You see how they come? It's a 52 fake. It's a red herring, a Trojan horse. You pick a bullshit thing to attack them blacks on. Oh yeah, it's they radical blacks. Listen, that's why you said they racist. Oh, Fat Joe, I done bust your ass, you bitch. Just give me time to warm up, ho. That's why you did that. Because Lord Jamar, you see, broke niggas my ass. Them boys got pulled and they got swayed, nigga. If they were some broke fucking phonies, why the fuck Kamala Harris ain't the president? The boy. Because you know that's a lie, you son of a bitch. That's why you on social media, you son of a bitch, because you know, that's why, look at the people in here. You know where the cloud is at now. You know where to go. Ain't you, bitch? Why you in the studio rapping? You see, COVID taught us one thing. Niggas ain't got no show. Nobody gonna fuck about these people. They all on here doing this. They all on Instagram. Boosie so mad he took him Instagram. I thought you was on the road, man.
Culture was still there.
Hey, people just like you, bro. These people just like y'all.
And it was being influenced by foundational Black American youth using foundational Black American music as its base.
That's right.
We wasn't using any Puerto Rican slang. And not just Puerto Rican, anything. It's not about hating anything that doesn't look like you. These are non-arguments that people try to create to try to say that this is what people are upset about. No. We're upset about the fact that you can't just admit that the thing that you love, hip hop, that has brought you fame and fortune, was created by a people that you subconsciously look down upon.
What's up, everybody? This is the world famous Ed Lover, and you are watching Forgotten Kings TV. That's right. Forgotten.
Everybody in the building, appreciate y'all kicking it with Cultfigga King Y on his birthday stream. Be sure to wipe your feet when you're in the House of Revolution. That means hit the like button, subscribe. Let's hear Tariq Nasheed response. Absolutely, salute to everybody. Y'all got something to roll up that good dinner. Y'all drinking on something out there, or y'all sober? If y'all in rehab or something, don't do none of that, man. I don't want y'all to fall off the wagon because of me. You know? I can't live with myself. Fat Joe been exposed, y'all. You want to know how they got the kilos back in the day? Who they plug was? You know it was the government. Good dinner, man. I really want to know why Fat Joe ain't on the wiretaps, man. He sold all that motherfucking crack like pimp. Man, Fat Joe, why you not on the wiretaps, bro? Giving no orders. Just like why South Park Mexican on the wiretaps, because he loved them young girls. That's why that South Park Mexican, the pervert who you tied to, who you said free, who you talking about it's a government conspiracy, don't believe the government. Who the fuck told you that, nigga? You the government, nigga. You the fucking government, nigga. Cars playing Black American, nigga. Motherfucking industry plant. You been in a plant for a long time, Joe. You never sold nothing in your motherfucking life. Yeah, you know people who did. You busted them. They all locked up, nigga. You ain't sold nothing, nigga. You ain't hustled nothing, nigga. Them damn Joey crack lies, nigga. All the motherfucking crack people I know who rapping selling crack, they go to jail. Why you didn't get caught with no circles? Why the government don't have you locked up in a 5 indictment? You know, order 10 of them. I don't know what I'm talking about. You didn't have that money, huh? Come on, man. You ain't never got caught with a pack. You was sniffing, boy. You a good little boy who never had a problem in your life except you didn't pay your motherfucking taxes, nigga.
Let me start getting it together on my end.
You know, man, you a good boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all come on in the room.
Ain't no wrong with that.
All right, y'all fall on in. Let me turn my mic down and get everything straight.
People that's a threat. You ain't.
How y'all living, man? How's everybody living? Y'all come on in the room. We still here. It's late, but you know how we do. We get down late night.
That's the truth.
Late night tap in, ladies and gentlemen.
Papoose slapped Joe in his man.
Papoose, waiting on everybody to pile.
Y'all need to listen to the story. Don't make me play that shit. Papoose two-preached that nigga in the room. They set him up. Papoose said it was what's that boy from Philly? Cassidy. He said he was in the room with Cassidy. Remy was locked up. And they was on the road, and he said Cassidy left. Next thing you know, Fat Joe walked in with a bunch of bodyguards and acting. What's the shit that you've been saying? And Papoose, listen to the story. You could tell who lying. Papoose said he gave him a 3-piece. And then the bodyguards and stuff rushed him. Salute family. Then the bodyguards rushed him. But man, come on, we all know Fat Joe ain't nothing but a sucker who a nigga can 3, 4, 5 pieces. What the Fat, you know Drake Joe will be trying to grab you and stuff, man. That sucker been exposed, man. He's a felon informant. Why you ain't on no government tapes? Because you just like South Park Mexican. He ain't sold no dope neither. Boy, you ain't sold no motherfucking dope, boy. Which is okay. Don't get me wrong. Y'all don't want people selling motherfuckers. I don't want nobody to think they're cool. Quit trying to make people sell work. Hold on. It's all right. Don't sell no dope. But don't be rapping about all the motherfucking dope you sold. You know, crack kingpin, nigga. You ain't sold no motherfucking dope, boy.
On in the room.
Yeah, I gotta get the story straight.
While we're waiting on everybody
don't get no kilos or nothing, man.
to pile on in the room, let me give some shout outs to some of the regulars real quick. Gotta show them love. Before we get started, let's give a shout out to Ani Asaru.
Man, I'm tripping, man. Don't give
shout out to that brother. Shout out to Rhonda. Shout out to Sweet. Shout out to Miss T. Shout out to Malcolm. Shout out to Sexy D. Shout out to the Black Receipts. Shout out to Trinity. The Foundational Black Americans really got co-op things from us. Boy, Fat Joe went on them. We have the Aratasasi holiday celebration. It is going to be packed in there this evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be packed. We're going to have a ball. Complimentary food and drinks. There's comedy, music, mixing, mingling, the whole shebang.
Y'all still out
You
there?
need to go to Hidden History Museum. Get your tickets, reserve your spot before it's too late, because it's going to be filled to the brim tomorrow night.
Everybody in the building.
And we're going to have a great time. So y'all join me. Alone disrespect. Fat Joe has been doing little subliminals here and there, blocking people. He blocked me a while ago. Right after Microphone Check came out, he blocked me. The movie Microphone Check really shut down a lot of stuff. This narrative where they were trying to have a hostile takeover of our culture, because we are in the middle of a massive delineation movement, and we are recognizing our lineage and our history. Shout out to Juicy. I see you, beloved. Because we are recognizing and paying homage to our lineage and our history as foundational Black Americans, we are not allowing people to co-opt things from us, to steal parts of our culture, to exploit parts of us in our culture. Those days are over. We as foundational Black Americans, we've been exploited, used, abused, and it has not been reciprocal. We sit up here and share our culture with everybody, and then they turn around and shut us out of the cultures that we created.
That's right.
Family, we created country music. Now we have our great foundational Black American artists like Beyonce, who has been snubbed repeatedly by the country community, so-called country community, the white country community, music community. And she had the hottest country album of the year. They were real funny style about Beyonce acting like she was an outsider to a culture that her lineage created. They do the same thing with rock and roll and other genres. They do this thing like we're guests in things that we created. And they are working on, or they were working to do that with hip hop. By sitting here creating a false co-creation story.
Yep.
The ultimate goal is to say, well, the Black folks, the foundational Black Americans, really got it from the Latinos. That's where it was always going.
That's not true.
That's where the narrative was ultimately trying to go. And we shut that narrative down. And we brought facts, we brought scholarship, we got all of the experts, and we shut it down. Because part of the Democrat agenda is to make us comparable to some of these quote unquote minority groups, so that the white supremacists can elevate them and put them in positions over us to ultimately dominate us, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a fact. That's a true statement.
That's been the thing with these buffer groups. See, they'll sit there and play the whole minority thing, and then at the end,
now I'm finna play it, but you just heard what he said. Not only dominate us, but once again, how did all the illegals come to this country? And then next thing you know, they had all the drugs you ever wanted. Who the fuck gave all these illegals who said they was peasants all of these drugs to flood our communities with, and then commit all that murder and mayhem in our communities to us and call themselves our plugs? This rap that Fat Joe is rapping about the government bullshit that took place in our motherfucking communities. That's true by his people.
At the end of the day, when we elevate these people thinking that we have a minority coalition, all of a sudden they're the bosses and supervisors, and they're practicing anti-Black racism that they brought with them from their Hispanic and Latino homelands. We got to be very real about that.
Definitely Alpo.
So now Fat Joe. Fat Joe, they've been promoting Fat Joe as some hip hop ambassador, and there's a reason why him, because he's a white Latino and he has a footprint in the hip hop. He's not a pioneer by any word, but he's been around. He's been around for a few decades, and the industry has protected him to a certain degree. And now we see why. Because when we look at the 90s, all the cats from the 90s putting out the paint. They get last you out now. R. Kelly, Diddy. They're trying to work on Jay. Notice all of the black artists from the 80s, not the 80s, from the 90s, I'm sorry, they're trying to get them out the paint. Very few survived. Very few were able to remain relevant and do their thing. Snoop is one, Cube is another. But Cube, he diversified into movies and sports team ownership. You dig? And Snoop has diversified into a lot of things too, a lot of commercial ventures.
So definitely got to talk about this story.
But they needed him for an agenda. That's why the political establishment parade around. We had hosting awards and all of that. That's to promote the black and brown myth. That's why they parade him around, and they parade him around so that black people can be on some let's support Latin issues because we're all one and the same. And Fat Joe, he can the N-word and he's a hip hop artist, so we have some kind of camaraderie with him, and therefore we have a camaraderie with other Hispanics by proxy. So when they come to us talking about immigration, we're supposed to be on board. Like, yeah, those are our minority brothers, so we got to support immigration.
Lies.
So now that we have delineated, there's a delineation movement. We ain't falling for those tricks. We're not falling for those tricks, and we're not falling for Fat Joe's nonsense. And Fat Joe, they sent him out to be the crash dummy. So when Fat Joe went out there with that whole hostile take, they let him be the sacrificial lamb. And he made a real bold statement.
Yeah, he definitely did.
He jumped out the window and said, hey, you know what? Hip-hop was created by blacks and Puerto Ricans 50-50. And then he ran out the room. And everybody's like, what? Then he was doubling down. Yeah, I said it. I said what I said. It's 50-50. And everybody's like, why don't you explain it? What do you mean 50-50? What? Yeah. If y'all ain't from the Bronx, y'all just don't know. And then people from the Bronx started asking questions. Hey, what they talking about? What 50-50? This was right around the 50th anniversary of hip hop, by the way. The 50th anniversary was coming up, and they were really trying to push a Black and Latino co-creation myth. And that's to minimize us. You just couldn't give us credit to say, hey.
Fat Joe done lived the best of both worlds for far too long. In hip hop, cosplaying black, but then using that Latin, Spanish muscle to muscle the motherfucking blacks. That cartel, them Latin King powerhouse muscle. That's why he tied himself to the Latin Kings of Chicago, man. And DMX didn't tell you that story. He know how to tell. He good at tying himself to the killers to survive. That's what he good at. But he used those Latin powerhouse groups to muscle black people and push them around. They letting you know how he felt about it. Oh, poor niggas. That's how he went to them. Oh, man, we're going to get over on these poor niggas. You got to protect me from them. They vicious. That's what he did. Now we showing this, oh, you son of a bitch. Listen, it's the same trick that the people that, the West Coast, racist individuals, Spanish individuals that's racist, that's be putting green lights on the black people. I talked about that. They be using the black brothers out there. And you see how a lot of people in New York, a lot of them niggas ain't said one word to Fat Joe. Well, that's just like a lot of them cats in California. They ain't saying shit to the motherfucking Mexican cartels and all that shit, the Mexican mafia, who putting green lights on. They're telling green light, kill any black people that you see in these neighborhoods. That's a fact. Like, whoa. You ain't heard none of the rappers talking about that shit. You ain't none of them internet bloggers. They ain't talking about that shit. But that's a real thing. I done lives on it. Them motherfucking prison gangs, that's Spanish, a bunch of them in California. They want black people out the way so they take over neighborhoods, flooding in more drugs. But they're not saying nothing. But that type of muscle, certain motherfuckers use. Fat Joe, he used that type of Spanish muscle against black people, man. And that is a serious motherfucking problem, man. That's his muscle. Who the fuck? You ain't never seen it with no black people that's his muscle. Hey, who? It ain't none. Come on, man. He using them Spanish motherfucking gangs. Some of that bunch of time they racist. Don't like black people. He know that. They already want to kill a nigga. They don't want to kill them blacks. They don't like you. He knows that. And he using that against us, bro. That's his secret weapon.
hey, these foundational Black Americans created this phenomenal genre and this phenomenal culture. You had to try to crowbar a co-creation myth. That was meant to undermine us, ladies and gentlemen. When they try to crowbar somebody and create some kind of co-creation myth to your story, the ultimate goal is to undermine you. That's to erase you. And we talked about this in the movie Microphone Check. When we did the film Microphone Check, we got all of the pioneers, the people who were there at the very beginning, the first MCs, the first person to rap over records, DJ Hollywood, the first person to MC at a party, Folklore Rock, the first MC to really spit intricate 16 bars, Melly Mel, the first female MC, Shy Rock, the first B-boys, Sasa, Trixie, the first graffiti artist, Cornbread. We got all of the real pioneers. Something that has never been done before in a hip-hop film. Most hip-hop films, they'll have one or two pioneers and then start putting all of these Puerto Ricans who came in the 80s and then say that they're the pioneers. They always do that with hip-hop documentaries. They'll go get Crazy Legs or somebody. And then they misconstrue the origins of the genre. We, in Microphone Check, we're clearing all of that up. We cleared all of that stuff up. We said, no, you're not going to create a false narrative. You're not going to do a co-creation myth. Hip-hop, every single element of it was created by foundational Black Americans, and we proved that emphatically in the film. Now, going back to Fat Joe. Now, Fat Joe's felt a certain way about this. The movie came out. It was just all over the place. People were buzzing about it. And, boy, he was pissed off. People have been taking shots. Pete Rock, who's Caribbean, he's been taking his little shots back and forth because we've been telling him, no, y'all Jamaicans, we didn't get hip hop from you. No, we didn't. We're going to stop these lies. And with Fat Joe, remember, he's supposed to be the hip hop ambassador. So he's supposed to whip all of us in shape and get us to go along with the program. That's why the political establishment, they were parading him around. And now that we as foundational Black Americans, we made the Democrat Party crash and burn.
That's a fact.
They done went back to Fat Joe like, damn it, you're useless.
They trying to sick Fat Joe on the boys, I told you.
They done went to him like, okay, we don't really need you. You can't help us win elections. And the Negroes ain't really listening to you like that. What do we need you for? Why are we building you up like this?
He's trying to earn his keep now.
So Fat Joe sound like he just went scorched earth. He was on Math Hoffa's show. And from what I understand, Math Hoffa, brother, Math, is a Caribbean gentleman. That's okay, that's fine. But just putting everything in context. And Fat Joe was there just taking shots at us, boy. He was like, yeah, the FBAs, the bunch of broke niggas. And yeah, foundational Black authority or whatever. Now, I don't know if that was a shot at Jason Black. I don't know. But he was, and their leader. And yeah, he talking about some leader. I guess he was taking a shot at me, which I'm not a leader of anything. Yeah, they just hate everybody. They hate everybody who ain't them. Yeah, they hate everybody who ain't them. They broke and all that. Okay.
What he doing, this government informant who been working with the government a long time, cosplaying Black American, ain't never sold nothing. He not no government conspiracies. Now we know come on, man. He supposed to be on some wild taps. That man's been selling dope since the 80s, he said. This dude. Man, please, what the fuck? Nah, the devil is a lie, nigga. Nice try, nigga. You busted. You ain't sold nothing. You ain't even sold wax. You ain't even sold soap. Man, I knew niggas on the block had soap till they came up. You ain't one of them, Fat Joe. That's a fact, nigga. You ain't never been around the game and seen niggas sell wax. You ain't never been no hustler. Fat Joe, don't be telling those stories now, nigga. I'm selling wax. Everybody will know you've been watching Cultfigga. But this cosplay cat right here, he been busted, man. Lying on Mav Hoffa. But now we got to keep our eye on Mav Hoffa, too. You know? Because what do they use the Mav Hoffa platform to do with these people trying to bully Black Americans with their lies. His kingpin crack lies, them days is over with. You see what I'm saying? Now he talking about people trying to go viral. This nigga just went viral off disrespecting black people, and he did it on purpose.
All right, but he just went real disrespectful. And some of those dudes in there were kind of cock-con and key-kin, and people are like, okay, what's up with them? Yeah, to put it in context, they're Caribbean. Right. So they have more of a camaraderie with Fat Joe than us.
Listen,
I just want y'all to understand a lot of Caribbean.
Let the video play. This is my goddamn show. Hey, them people who were laughing in the background probably gonna get kicked in their ass. Because if anybody get a video of anybody at the Mav Harvard platform getting kicked in their ass laughing at black people, you send the Cultfigga, we gonna send you a donation. That's serious business. They gotta be getting squarely kicked in the behind, nigga. Who the fuck they were laughing at?
Caribbeans, they have more of a camaraderie with their fellow immigrants, like the Latinos, because Puerto Rico that's Caribbean too, you see. But he went real disrespectful. And
get that footage, man.
One thing people try to do, and Fat Joe tried to do this, they try to sit here and act like they deliberately try to remix our lineage into some kind of four-wall group. Now, family, when they do this, that's a very deliberate thing. That's for them to cover their asses when they attack our lineage. I want y'all to be very clear, FBA family, because somebody called the other day asking about how can we keep explaining that we're a lineage and people still have questions. They're playing dumb, ladies and gentlemen. I keep telling y'all,
what the hell we talking
people
about?
Are playing dumb. Fat Joe does what a lot of the white supremacists does when, like what they do when they talk about Black Lives Matter. Remember, when the white supremacists wanted to attack black people as a group, they would use Black Lives Matter as a proxy. They would just label everybody Black Lives Matter. So you could, the narrative was, we're not attacking people based on race, we're attacking this radical organization.
Lies.
But when you talk about Black Lives Matter, you're just saying everybody's Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is just 3 women. That's what officially, that's what Black Lives Matter is 3 women, but they would attack every black person and just call them Black Lives Matter. I remember being on Fox News one time, and under the thing on screen, they labeled me a Black Lives Matter leader. I said, man, if y'all don't take that bullshit out of here, I'm not no Black Lives Matter leader. I ain't got nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. But that was a code term for all black people.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing when people try to say Foundational Black Americans or FBA is a group or a cult. That's them trying to create a proxy to attack all of us. They're attacking 43 million people. When they start talking about, oh, the FBAs ain't shit, oh, they ain't nothing, that cult ain't this. Look, they know what they're doing. They're not dumb. They're attacking all of us when they do that. And there's a few reasons why they do it. When they create a fake 4-wall organization, they understand criticizing a lineage directly, you're going to get backlash because you're showing racial animus. You're going to show that's bigotry by just saying, hey, this lineage ain't worth a damn. To say that, which they say among themselves, by the way. Say that to themselves, and they say it on Clubhouse when they are anonymous. This is what they say at home. Let's be real. When the Puerto Ricans are at home, hey, don't let those Morenos in the house. Don't let them in there. Don't be around. Don't you date the blacks. Mera la raza. You understand? So when they start talking about Foundational Black Americans and trying to reframe it as an organization with a hierarchical structure, they can deflect attention away from the fact that they're targeting an ethnic group. All right? Just be very clear. They're targeting the ethnic group, and they're trying to cover their tracks by pretending they're targeting some type of little four-wall organization. Another reason why they do that, they try to demonize this movement of delineation as a monolithic entity by treating foundational Black Americans as an organization. They can just portray individuals identifying as the foundational Black American, part of some kind of coordinated group with a single agenda. You understand? And, you know, that simplifies a lot of the complex discussions that we have about the cultural, social, and historic contributions of foundational Black Americans. You see? And another thing they want to do, because we have taken control of the narrative, this is their weak, feeble attempt of trying to reframe the narrative and take control of it through a bunch of straw man arguments. Because see, we've made a power move by delineating.
I'm still drinking.
We have said collectively, based on our lineage, we're not going to be on some minority coalition. We're not people of color. We're foundational Black Americans. We're not African Americans. We're not lost Africans.
Come on. Y'all still pulled up out there? Go get whatever y'all got. If you ain't got nothing, run to the bootleg. If you ain't got no bootleg in your area, man, come on, man. Get with somebody that know where the bootleg is. Y'all smoking on something, roll it up, man. If it's legal where you at, do what you want to do, man. If it ain't, then don't let us know what you're doing. Just handle your business, you know what I'm saying? But Cultfigga B-Day live stream. We have a problem with Fat Joe. We put him on notice. He ain't sold no motherfucking dope. That's a lie. We got to dig into this crack stories. Now you done got to start it, nigga. You been pretending like you was a crack kingpin. You ain't sold nothing. Why you lie to Black people? Why'd you tell us all these tales of drugs that was shipped? We ain't seen your name in no federal indictments. It's the era of federal indictments. We're going through all the court records. You ain't even sold no wax. It's a fact. I don't know nobody said you sold no soap. Fat Joe. Yo, but you do know some people who had some kilos and shit of that nature. Where'd they get it from? I heard they was tied to the motherfucking government. They said they was peasants and poor people when they came to this country. They ran from poverty. Well, how the fuck did they have hundreds of kilos when they got here? They had the kilos, but you done had shit but some raps while you was tending to be Black. That's a deeper story, Fat Joe. You know the story. We gonna do your motherfucking life story, you bitch. You been playing like you. We gonna tell a real Fat Joe story, nigga. Wasn't no crack, no pies, no cakes. Like Noah said, all lies. No scales, no baking soda. Stop lying. No microwaves. Only thing you had a microwave for you, bitch, was to warm up that motherfucking food. You hungry motherfucker. Your ass didn't have no Pyrex jaws, nigga. That's a goddamn lie. Stop lying, nigga. We only you, not Fat Joe.
We don't want everybody tacking themselves onto us, all right? We are our own ethnic group, and we have certain things that's significant and pertinent to our lineage, and we kind of want to focus on that right now. Family, do y'all know how devastating that is to all of these? Because the people leech off foundational Black Americans.
It's got to stop.
They've been leeching off of us left and damn right and playing a Jedi mind trick on us, talking about we ain't got no culture. They're the ones who don't have no damn culture, if you want to be honest, because we ain't belly aching about them. These people stay whining about us.
I'm not even gonna say they don't got a culture. They do got cultures. He don't want it. His people got a culture that they don't. Even bullshit Busta Rhymes saying Black Americans don't have a culture. Them phonies. I ain't gonna say that people don't got a culture. Yes, they do. They don't want that. It's not millions and hundreds of millions to be made in the Black community off of their culture. No, you got to make that in their culture. They don't want to go, he don't want to have a Puerto Rican restaurant and serve Puerto Rican dishes and Puerto Rican war. What is the Puerto Rican wardrobe? We don't know. We don't even know about Puerto Rican culture. This guy ain't been talking about none of that to us. It was no value in that to this cosplay actor.
And whining about what we're doing. And whining about us letting them hold their own nuts.
That's the craziest. That's a magic trick. It's nothing. You have nothing. Give it to me. You're worthless. While they stealing everything you fucking got. Y'all just lazy. You never invent nothing. They take the next motherfucking invention from your motherfucking ass. Oh, they think we stupid? Oh man, y'all motherfuckers just believe anything. Oh, you believe the earth is flat. You see how they talking about? Oh, bitch, you want to debate this? You see these motherfuckers, Joe, he wouldn't last 1 minute with Lord Jamar on no conversation. That's disrespectful too, bro. You think we stupid? Look at brother 5%. You think Lord Jamar is something dummy? We can't allow an idiot like Fat Joe to disrespect the knowledge of Lord Jamar. Now you getting beside yourself, Joey, the cosplay, crack dealer. You ain't on no wild tapes. Taps, you little bitch.
Because the thing is, we're not trying to tear anybody down. We're just saying, hey, fight your own battle. Oh, how could you do this to us? You niggas hit us because I'm not fighting your battles for you. We hate you because we're not fighting your battles. Look at this sense of entitlement.
Oh, fuck all that.
Yeah, we're not doing that no more. We've done that way too long. We've been fighting everybody's battles, and what has that gotten us? We're fighting our own damn battles right now.
We want some freedom.
We sit here fighting for everybody and welcome everybody in and cape for them, and we get all bloodied and bruised, and they step over us and say, hey, yeah, we did this 50-50. So a lot of people felt very disrespected by Fat Joe saying that.
Oh.
Yeah?
This nigga, Revolutionary Salute, this nigga rap name was the Terror Squad. One thing for Shalom Family and Salute, Terror Squad. Who the fuck you think they talking about they terrorize? They have a nice little joke on our ass. I gotta give it to you, Fat Joe. You made a lot of money off terrorizing black people and then rapping about it in their motherfucking face. Then those same black people, they rap to the terror. This nigga just terrorized black people. That's the story of his life. We the Terror Squad. They was terrorizing black people. That's crazy. And they helped them do it. Made them $1 million off doing it. No indictments came with it. What the fuck this nigga ain't like? So they got Young Thug. This rat. I don't give a damn about Thug. He wrong the motherfucker. What he doing? Why did they get this nigga? All the black. They got Lil Durk. They got Lil Durk. Why the fuck this nigga not locked up? They came. He said he was Joey Crack the boss to done. And I pray this nigga whoop Jay-Z with a bottle. Hey. This nigga, his crew was doing stuff, not running into people. Why the fuck this nigga not locked up? He's still here after all these years disrespecting us. Come on, man. This shit here. Now your ass gonna be investigated, boy. Cause we on you, Fat Joe. Your life.
And here's the thing. Fat Joe was running around talking about, yeah, we ain't from the Bronx. If you ain't from the Bronx, and you ain't from New York. Listen, in the movie Microphone Check, we got all the pioneers who are from New York.
People, okay, cool. We all right.
They said, ladies and gentlemen, if you've seen go watch the film now. It's on Amazon Prime. You can stream it right now. Go to microphonecheck.com. Family, all of the pioneers said from their own mouths, the Puerto Ricans just weren't there. They weren't there. They came later. Now, how come you're not getting mad at them? He is mad at them. And again, they're using a fake make-believe group as a proxy because he really has an issue with them telling the truth. A lot of these Puerto Rican cats really are upset with the pioneers for telling the truth. They feel a certain way about that. Let me get everybody to chime in. Star David, hop in, man. You're doing a lot of emojis over there. What's happening, brother?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. Yeah, I mean, not every Black American consider themselves FBA, so he's just talking about the people that follow you.
No, he's not.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who are Black American who have lineage to the ancestors who don't consider themselves FBA.
But they're still FBA though.
Yeah, but they don't use that term. And then if someone was to talk about FBA, they wouldn't take offense to it.
Yeah, he's talking about, because FBA is a lineage. When we mention FBA, we're talking about Black people who are non-immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we're talking about. FBA doesn't mean people who follow me. That's a made-up name.
Well, I mean, to some people, to a lot of people, yes, because there's people who have non-immigrant background who won't use that term.
But they're still foundational Black Americans, just like there's people with non-immigrant backgrounds who don't use African American, but they get labeled African American. Most elderly Black people, they don't like to use the term African American. My grandmother never used the term African American because that was a term that was brought to us in 1988 by the Democrats and Jesse Jackson.
Right.
When you look at history books now, they say Frederick Douglass was an African American, Malcolm X was an African American, Rosa Parks was an African American. None of these people identified as African American. This was something that was cooked up at a white think tank, and they brought it to us to make us comparable to immigrants.
That's right.
So we have self-identified. Now, everybody from the lineage, they might not say the same name all at once, but a significant number of us understand what the lineage is. And when we speak on the lineage, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about 43 million people, those who are foundational Black Americans, whether they acknowledge it or not. Just like the LGBT community, they sit here and call us cisgendered. I'm not no cis, I don't know what the hell that is, but they label us that. And they put it on documents too. They arbitrarily give certain people certain names, even though we may or may not agree with it. When we talk about foundational Black Americans, we are talking about a lineage, whether or not people of that lineage utilizes that term or not. When we start talking about things within a political sphere, in a cultural sphere, and we want to delineate, that's a term that many of us choose to use, and we're talking about 43 million people. And that's who Fat Joe is insulting. He's not insulting some make-believe group. He's insulting.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't take offense to it, because the only ones who I see take offense to it is ones who like your real hardcore followers who
that's not true.
Family. It is, because I don't take offense to it. I'm Black American.
Hey, sir, sound like you got a little accent. Also, in a minute. Sir, listen, Fat Joe came out to LA in the 90s. There was a place called The Good Life where people would.
Yeah.
Fat Joe got booed out here, dude. They weren't with Fat Joe. Fat Joe, he offended the people out here and they booed him out of here, dude. So yeah, people have been kind of on his bumper for years.
He's finished. No more.
Yeah, it ain't just people from our lineage who use the term FBA. A lot of us from the lineage, a lot of people have kind of.
We having a bounty over here. I want to find one dope fiend or anybody come forward. I want to interview them. They bought anything from Fat Joe. Did you ever buy anything? Did Fat Joe ever send you a nickel or a dime or any goddamn thing, man? I'm going to interview him and put him on my blank screen because I don't want Fat Joe or his government informers to try to track the person down. And they going to let me know, Joey, hell no. Fuck, Joey's a good boy. Joey sold lemonade. He had lemonade. Lemonade. He had cool cups. Joey sold cool cups. Joey used to steal a candy. You could get Snicker bars from Joey. Joey used to eat the Snickers. We told Joey, don't eat your own supply.
Kind of had issues with the dude, especially a lot of this 50-50 hip hop. A lot of people had an issue with that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So what do you think delineating will do for the Black community, for like quote unquote Black Americans or FBA? How would that benefit us?
Because what it does, it gets a lot of the riffraffs away from us, because the problem is whenever we try to get things from a political or social or cultural perspective, we always get people who come in and sabotage it. And then we look around asking, who are these people sabotaging what we're trying to get going?
That's a fact.
And then when we look and see some of the names of these people, these are folks who are not even of our lineage. When we talk about reparations, for example, we start seeing all of these melanated people pop up talking about, we don't need no damn reparations. We need to stop begging the white man. And like, what? And then when we look at these people, they're not even qualified to get reparations. They're from a whole different lineage. So that type of thing has been going on for way too long. And it's going to help us by delineating and letting us know who the riffraffs are, who's not on code with our lineage, and get them up out the paint. Now, somebody said, are you a Hebrew Israelite and a Pan-Africanist?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
That don't mean, what does that mean? There we go.
There we go. Okay, we're understanding your perspective here.
Yeah, so what I was about to say, and maybe missed my point.
There we go.
Yeah, but
now
not all.
Go to you. Wait,
go ahead.
now wait. No, you're a Hebrew Israelite.
Yes.
And what a lot of the Hebrew Israelites believe is that we over here are not really African. We're really Jews. Is that correct?
Yes.
You believe that? You believe that we're really Jews?
We're the children of Israel. Yes.
We're Jews.
Who are, if your ancestors are on slave ship, yes.
Right. Now, you know good and well, the majority of Black people in America do not believe that they're Jews.
Correct. That's in the Bible.
Right.
Yeah, the Bible states that.
Right.
But those who are say they are Jews are not, and those who are Jews don't even know they are Jews. So we know that already. Yes.
Right. So
because our history's been stolen, through slavery.
Right. All right. Same thing with foundational Black Americans.
Facts.
See?
Facts. He just walked right into that.
You understand what I'm saying? There might be a lot of Black.
But you're saying that once a Caribbean is in office, but we have plenty of Black Americans who are in office do the same thing as some of those Caribbeans and Africans that you complain about.
And you know what the difference is? We call our Sambos out. Yeah, we do have Sambos. We warn people about the Sambos we have. We call them out. Unfortunately.
No, but what would delineating do if you have Black Americans that'll do the same thing?
Well,
that's once they're in office, they all act the same.
No,
whether Caribbean, African, or Black American, they all do the same thing.
Not all, because some people of the lineage, they will get down and do things for the lineage. Like, for example, Marion Barry. Now, Marion Barry did a lot of great things for the Black people of Washington, D.C. He was a rock. That's why they had to put that, they had to put his street business out there like that. So you have some of us who are from the lineage who will do things for those in the community. That's why in the entertainment industry, they always try to get these non-FBA people to elevate, because we put folks on. When we get on, usually we put a whole bunch of other people on as foundational Black Americans. And also in the political sphere, what we see now, we see a whole bunch of non-FBAs really in these political entities right now, with Kamala Harris and Obama, many of the Congressional Black Caucus. These are not foundational Black Americans. These are a bunch of non-FBAs. And they're stomping and caping for immigrant groups, you see?
So if someone is Black American, they're gonna automatically, once they're in that game and playing that game, they're gonna automatically get on code, is what you're saying.
Not all of them, but a lot of them do. And that's why they don't like them to be in certain positions, because deep down, they understand a Black person who comes from the foundational Black American lineage, a lot of times they will snap back and get on code with us, and they don't want that. They want to get somebody who they know will stay off code, like an Obama, who will get in the White House and not do a damn thing for the people of this lineage, because there's no camaraderie. But for the most part, a lot of Black people who are from the lineage, deep down, they'll flip, even if they're a Sambo, they'll flip and do something constructive for the community. Now, you have lifelong Sambos like the Clarence Thomases and people like that, but a lot of foundational Black Americans will snap and get on code. And so I really hear a Caribbean accent the more you talk. Where's your family from, brother?
I really hear a Caribbean accent.
My mother's Jamaican, my father's Black American.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
And I wanted to ask a question. Where's your family from?
Here. I have 0 immigrants in my family. On my mother's side, all from here.
But how could we know that when we don't know your real name?
This is crazy.
Sir, you know my real name.
No, because Tariq Nasheed is not your real name. So how can we research if you're FBA?
Agent from
because my mom and dad are still alive. And people know their names. They're on social media. You've seen pictures with me and them.
So your mom, your real mom is on Facebook and everyone knows her name.
My mom and my dad.
They ain't been answering the door lately.
I don't know about that one, because every time someone says Marcus Sanders, you deny it.
Right, because that's not my name.
See?
So what is it? Because Malcolm never had his name. Yeah. Elijah never had his name.
But y'all make
Farrakhan never had his name.
But my name is
even Umar never had his name.
Well, my name is Tariq Nasheed. And y'all
no, the name you had before that.
No, well, y'all make up stuff anyway. I mean, the point is pointless, because you're gonna make up shit anyway. According to some of your fellow tethers, I'm a murderer. I done murdered people. I done sold a bunch of dope. I was gangbanging. All right, I'd be all of that.
See?
I don't give a shit. I don't even dignify none of that stuff.
There's just a lack of transparency.
You know,
that's what we're looking at.
No, it's not. I've been around I've been in the public eye for 30 years. You can't get more transparent than me. I've been in people's homes and households for 30 years.
Well, how can we prove that you're FBA? Because you can pass for a Dominican.
See, Tyreek, this is a good approach Tyreek used. I'm listening to. We're gonna listen to the whole thing, and we're gonna get into this. This clown gave himself up, but if you go back and listen to this conversation, he proved to why we need to make sure we pay attention to who having a conversation with us, because he would never told himself. He might have sounded good to individuals within our community on why we don't need to worry about no reparations, why we just need to move on. Why we don't need to worry, why we just need to share everything, don't worry about nothing. It's not that bad here. Who the hell told you that? Oh man, you should have seen how where's I'm from. Where the fuck you from? Come on, man, all this nonsense.
Lord have mercy, Jesus. Do I look
For real? You got the Dominican look.
Sir, I do not have Goya powder nowhere on me, sir.
You got the same skin complexion, everything.
No,
Dominican, and I'm in New York with Dominicans.
I don't wear penny loafers, sir. I do not wear penny loafers and use Goya on everything, sir.
Now you could pass for one though.
So I know I cannot. I am a full-blooded foundational Black American.
But there's no way we can prove that, because there's so many frauds in like when it comes to Black consciousness. Now we have Polite. I know you're gonna say he's a tether too, but and then
what?
There's so many.
But here's the thing. But the thing is, I've been around way too long, sir. I've been around for a long time. And I have an immaculate reputation of always standing on business. You can't be fake for 30 damn years in the public eye. That's why I get the
Well, but you've been around that long, but it's been around 2016 or 17 is when you got real popping on the internet, I would say.
Sir, I've been on TV back in the early 2000s, sir.
No, you have, but I'm just saying, what the conscious move is around 2016, 17. You've been getting where a lot of people is that's the traction. That's when that's like your peak, I would say.
No, sir. Dude, back in the year 2000, I had a book that sold 250,000 copies.
No, I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying, over here, people start. Now you can go to someone and say, "Hey, you heard of Tariq Nasheed?"
We can't be listening to this dude, man. This man here don't want to help Jamaica. Man, this man don't give a fuck about Jamaica. He abandoned Jamaica. He worse than Fat Joe. Nigga, what the hell you talking about? Nigga, go help liberate Jamaica. They bootlicking and shoe shining and buck dancing. That's a motherfucking fact, nigga. They racist there, nigga. It's colorism going on. You should be helping liberate Jamaica. Not in our business, nigga. What the fuck invited you to this conversation? You cosplaying. See, that's a problem. See, we talking about descending of slaves, and we naming people like I did. Thomas Daniel Sr. fought in the Civil War. My ancestor, Buffalo Soldier, fought in the Battle of the Salient River. Just these type of clowns, they couldn't do that. They feel bad. Oh man, they see that was a long time ago. Oh fuck, nigga, my ancestor fought in the Civil War, bitch. What did your fucking ancestor do?
And they say, yeah, but people been your traction been popping since I would say 2016, 17, especially with the Vlad.
They can't shake me, nigga. I know.
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
That's not
for me, for my opinion.
Yeah, you're not from the lineage though. You're a foreigner.
No, my father's side of the family is from South Carolina.
Anchor baby. I've been around since 2000,
but like Malcolm and Khaled and Fred Hampton and Huey P. and George Jackson, we got love for all our brothers and sisters and ancestors and cousins all over this motherfucking globe. But we're trying to handle some immediate business. We'll lose it all worrying about if you don't protect one thing, if you try to protect everything, you protect nothing. We have to protect what we got here right now. We can't keep everything going all over the world. We get stabbed in our back. They don't stand up for us. All of our leaders get assassinated and killed. Come on, man. We don't have time. But we ain't going to be explaining ourselves and begging and borrowing and asking these niggas. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be tough. Stay out of our business, or it's not going to be good for you, man. We're going to be nice. See, this is nice. This is nice what Tyreek is saying. You don't like this approach? Nigga, it get worse.
Nah, my mother came to America when she was 8 years old.
Anchor baby, dude. Come on. So yeah, you don't.
Y'all my anchor baby because I disagree with you.
Yeah, you don't understand the lineage. You don't I've been.
I have this. If I'm an anchor baby, Peanut is an anchor baby.
Okay, y'all always talking about my wife, and she's not. My wife is FBA, by the way.
Out, motherfuckers.
Her father's Haitian.
That's a lie. See, that's why I don't really have. dignify this stuff. My wife's father's not Haitian.
And her mother's Irish.
Yeah, and y'all tethers be lying your ass. Just lie. That's why.
You only say tether because I disagree with you.
Oh, no, you're a tether because you lied, and that's what tethers do. You just lied.
That's why we can't take you serious, because as soon as someone disagree with you, they're a tether.
Lying is not disagreeing. It's just lying like a tether. This is why we delineate. This, sir, you're giving an example of why we delineate. This is not a disagreement. You just told a bald-faced lie and then asked why we're delineating. Because all you tethers do, you're going to lie anyway. Because that's what you do in your culture, lying and scamming.
But he started off being a Fat Joe.
And then you wonder why we delineate. You just made up a false lie just out your ass about my lady.
It doesn't offend me because you call even.
It doesn't. You just lied. This is what I'm saying. So everything else is in bad faith, sir. Let me get Nikki in here. But this is why we do. You see, I'm teaching a master class on why it's important to delineate from these lying, scamming tethers. Nikki,
and Nikki is black as hell. She African,
right? Nikki, hop on, beloved. Now you're trolling, Star, but Nikki, you're trolling is when you're tapping out, by the way. And that's another thing, family, when they start saying stuff about my wife, that's them tapping out. You notice whenever the tether trolls call up, they'll try to act like they're talking in good faith. And then Peanut is Jewish. Then they start that. That's a tap out. When they start saying my wife, all of these different ethnicities, that's them tapping out. Nikki left. Okay, I wanted my sister Nikki to get back on.
Come on, Nikki, come speak Swahili.
Yeah, I wanted her to come back up. But anyway, David, I thank you, brother. You helped me out showing people why.
Yeah. Tariq, I done seen you call people from Alabama tethers. And you probably got like 5 Jamaicans. You could count on one hand how many Caribbeans and Africans is in Alabama.
Yeah, you just say stuff.
And you be called.
Okay, Dave, you're just saying stuff now. You trolled out. All right. That right there is a perfect example of why delineating is very important from these musty tethers. And he's talking about somebody's from South Carolina. I don't even believe that. This dude, I can hear his damn Jamaican accent that he tried to hide. And that's another thing. A lot of these tethers, he's a tether. I don't even believe some of these people from South Carolina. I don't even believe that. Because he thought he was going to try to hide his Jamaican accent. First, he kind of low-key denied it. I'm like, dude, I hear your accent, nigga. Oh, my people Jamaican. Okay, yeah, I know. Sister Nikki, what happened, beloved? I want you to get up here. What's up, dear?
I'm sorry about that. I've been working a lot of shifts this week, so I apologize if I ain't been around. Hey, I just want to let you know that I do not give a what a tether says about me. They talk about me all the time. I am 100% FBA on all 8 sides. I can prove it a million times over. I am so proud to be who I am. I do not care what any of them say about me. They can talk about me, take my picture, do whatever they want. Whatever you're seeing in my features comes from my foundational Black American side. And I'll land on that. Love you for life, Tariq.
Yes.
Take care.
Thank you, beloved. That's the lovely Nikki the God. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the tether's always trying to make somebody a tether with them. Well, somebody might be Jamaican. Yeah. No, tether. No. That's it. They always want somebody, they want to find somebody in our family to flee. Well, your wife, they Haitian. No, they're not. No, they're not. You don't have no fleers in crime. Y'all want somebody to have fled with you. No. We are FAs. We stand on business. We ain't running all over the goddamn place. Family, listen, this is where a lot of the damn vitriol comes from a lot of these people. Mm-hmm. Many of them hate the fact that we can say with our full chest that we don't come from a fleeing lineage. Do y'all know how much that messes with these people? That really messes with them. That we come from a lineage where we weren't fleeing all over the place. We stood on business, and we still stand on business. We're the ones who fight for civil rights and rights for everybody. We stand 10 toes down, and we are respected for doing that. We have icons, Dr. King, Rosa Parks, Coretta Scott King, Ida B. Wells, just so many of us who stood on business, Muhammad Ali, so many of us. And a lot of these folks don't have that. They don't have a version of that. Now, they'll try to throw Marcus Garvey in the mix. Marcus Garvey only got it popping because we elevated him. They didn't rock with Marcus Garvey in the damn Caribbean. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not trying to denigrate anybody, but when these tethers, like the gentleman who just called, that fake Hebrew dude, and that's another thing. A lot of the tethers always try to be on some Pan-Africanist, Hebrew Israelite type of thing, because they're not of this lineage. So they try to create this mythical lineage of all of this other stuff going on. You dig? And try to get us to join in on that because they're not of this lineage like that. It's real heavy. And I'm not dissing all of the Hebrew Israelites. There's some genuine dudes. My brother Tazariak, I love that brother, real good brother. So there's some people who are very genuine about their beliefs, but then you got a lot of riffraff Negroes. What's your name? Attract. What's up, Attract?
He ain't lying, man. Some riffraff Negroes out there, man.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. What's happening?
Hey, Tariq, I had a question I was curious about because it applies to me. So, my father is, I don't know what generation, foundational Black American, but I'm sure it's a very long lineage from Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay.
But my mother was an immigrant here from the Dominican Republic. Like, how would, in the instance of reparations, how would that work with someone like me or anyone? It doesn't have to be personal. Anyone who would be mixed with foundational Black American and maybe foreigner.
Yeah. If you, we've always said, man, if you have a relative, if you can trace them back to the censuses from the 1800s, I mean, you'll be qualified to get reparations. It's real easy. All you gotta do is just be able to trace your lineage back to the census forms from the 1800s, from like 1870. That's when they started to the lineage. I mean, to get the census forms and writing us down. Now, some of us go back way before that. Now, you say your dad is who's foreign? Who's Dominican?
So my dad is foundational Black American from South Carolina, Charleston. Deep roots in Charleston, Wilson. My mother is immigrated from the Dominican Republic.
Okay. You grew up with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because you have a Dominican.
Yeah, you caught it. Yeah. It's people rarely catch it, but some are very keen and can catch it.
Yeah, you got a deep Caribbean accent. Do you correspond with any of the people from South Carolina?
Yes, I do.
Well, I don't think you were raised on your dad, were you? You were not raised around him?
No, he was always active in my life and a part of my life, but I was not raised with him.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. But again, if you can find the paperwork on his side of the family, then you would be qualified for reparations.
You're rich.
But,
see,
but that's what it is. Thank you so much. Let me get some more calls in here. Excuse me. Let me get
he on the treasure
hunt.
Hell no, you did not.
Let's get what's that boss lady?
We gotta have somebody on the denial board. You just got
Hey Tariq, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good, I'm good. I have two things to say. So I disagree with any person who has an immigrant background and one parent that's FBA. I feel like they should not be qualified to accept reparations or receive reparations because they do not put in any time, fight towards the whole community of getting reparations. And half the time they're not even raised on their Black side. They're raised on their immigrant side majority of the time. And two, I really do feel like your next project with Hidden Colors, you definitely should use the clip of Fat Joe saying what he's saying about FBA and being broke niggas. You definitely should use that in there, and also come at the Spanish community. And I'll land
Thank
there.
you, because you know what? I was thinking, I'm like, man, when I saw that Fat Joe thing, I said, man, they don't really want me to go real hard in the paint. I'll make this next Hidden Colors a real damn blockbuster. if they want to play that game. I know Microphone Check got these people salty. They're very mad because Microphone Check shut their arguments all the way down. You can't debunk the pioneers. What you gonna say? Coke Rock is wrong. Melly Mel is wrong. Shy Rock is wrong. You can't say that. So they're gonna try to attack the lineage as a whole. And my thing, look, hell, we get this new Hidden Colors popping and just tell all of the facts and history of how many of these anti-Black Latinos have been undermining us. You understand? We can go all the way there and just break the whole history down of how slavery was getting down out there in these Hispanic places, and the racial caste systems and the meta la raza, how they got the whole narrative of whitening up race and marginalizing the Black people and doing what they did in Argentina, running out and ethnically cleansing the Black people. We can go there now. You know, niggas want to be all cute and funny style. We could just tell all of it and put the whole
we got this
thing on blast. Talk about some of these Latin civil rights organizations like LULAC, who's been on some anti-Black tirade for 60 damn years. The president of that organization had restaurants where he had anti-Black Jim Crow signs up. We can just break all of it down and tell all of it. Yeah? And talk about the anti-Black racism that goes on in these Latino countries right now. They got the Black Latinos cornered off on the other side of the island and all that. Man, we can go there now.
That's a fact.
We can talk about how these Latinos are clicked in with these white supremacist groups. Do we need to go there? We can go there now. Yeah, we ain't got to stick to hip hop. We can talk about the whole shit.
Oh no, I told you, he passed hip hop now.
Where's my brother Cornbread Mafia? He put up a phenomenal clip earlier of New York in like 1977. It showed some Puerto Ricans in prison.
Stop all that lying.
They were like, yeah, we don't get along with the Blacks inside or outside. We don't get along with the Blacks at all. They were telling the truth in the 70s. They don't really want to go there. Yeah, they trying to revise and rewrite history. Like, no, we're not gonna do that. Y'all need to go on with that shit. Don't try to come around here and revise and rewrite history. See, that's what Microphone Check did. It stopped all that nonsense. Yeah, with no 50-50 nothing. All right, we got a Puerto Rican and Dominican here. Comedic, hop on in. Let's get this Puerto Rican Dominican dude in here. He's giving the thumbs down. Get on in here, because y'all might have to get the whole work. I got time now.
Fat Joe doesn't represent the Latino community. I don't know why you keep on using him as a main talking point. And the young lady before she just spoke, the people who have half FBA lineage, they should be able to qualify for reparations because we have the blood in us.
But you ain't got no FBA in you at all.
Yes, I do. My grandfather, I'm in touch with my grandfather. My grandfather lives down in Florida.
Your people are Dominican and Puerto Rican, dude.
This is bullshit.
And FBA as well.
They're not FBA. There's nobody FBA in your family.
My family's from Sanford, Florida. I keep telling you that. The last time I called you, I told you that. The time before the last time I called, I told you that.
No, every time you call, your people are from every damn where. They're from Puerto Rico, the Dominican, Trinidad, Easter Island, Timbuktu. You say your people are from every damn there. And you said you were Taino. You don't know what the hell you want to be. You were just all over the place.
It's crazy. Tell me my granddaddy from
hop on. Fat Joe doesn't represent Latinos. He can't speak for everybody. Anytime he speaks, you would hold his name like he's God or something. He's not God.
I ain't say that. That's y'all. That's your boy. That's from your lineage. That's your guy trying to represent hip hop and all that. That's your people, and we check it.
I'm not Puerto Rican, but I'm just saying he doesn't speak for Latinos. He speaks for himself.
Call him Puerto Rican.
Don't let him put a target on our backs, on everybody else's back. And I have FBA lineage, so I also qualify for reparations.
That accent, dude. We don't talk like you. You ain't from no FBA lineage. We don't talk like you.
If you from
if what? Hold on, what?
Denied. Bullshit.
One thing Fat Joe was right about in his interview when he said that you guys are not from New York. You don't understand the culture of New York. You don't understand. Because if you understood the culture of New York, you will understand that this is the FBA accent from New York.
Not that accent. No, it ain't. That ain't no.
You've never been here, so you don't understand the culture of the city. And the people in this room don't understand. That's one thing Fat Joe was right about in this interview.
Dude, that is not an FBA accent, dude.
You can't take away my lineage. I told you my family comes from Sanford, Florida, in the Dominican Republic. You can't take away my FBA lineage.
Immigrated to Sanford, Florida.
No. My family's from there. They're original, Aboriginal.
No, they're not, sir.
So fucking lie.
They're not. Your family's from the Dominican and Puerto Rican.
No.
And Puerto.
You can't tell me my lineage. You can't tell me. You can't speak for my lineage.
I can. You're a tether.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You can't speak definitely about what I'm from. You don't know
that accent. Yes, I can.
This is the New York accent. I keep telling you time and time again.
That's not a New York accent.
Well, when the reparations come, I'm qualified.
No, you're not. No, you're.
Yeah. Because my lineage goes back to Sanford, Florida. Sanford, Florida. Remember that?
No. You immigrated to Sanford, Florida, sir.
You're going to hear this accent on a line for the Florida Reparations Task Force. I'll make sure I'm there. I heard about the New York Task Force, and I wasn't privy to it. I heard about it after the fact, but you will see me for any Florida Task Force. I will be there. You'll hear my voice.
No. No. FBA's fried beans and artichokes. It don't stand for FBA, Foundational Black American, sir.
I'm Foundational Black American to the core.
No, you're not. You're Dominican to the core. You're gonna make you an empanada. That's what you're gonna do. All right, thank you. Let me get Juicy in here. You're not gonna cosplay as us. Juicy, what's up, beloved?
Peace, King, because I always ask, like, what's your Sunday dinner looking like? We really got to wake it up and get some real questions. Shout out to the family. Happy holidays to you. I hope you are having a beautiful season with you and your family, your lovely wife. And I'm glad you mentioned that in regards to some of these tethers targeting or bringing up your spouse. I think that's highly disrespectful. And it just shows their jealousy and envy of something that they don't have, which is a healthy foundational Black American family. Having a family first philosophy, you represent that well. And a lot of these men are just jealous of that. And I want to ask you, do you remember when the Puerto Rican lady was like, y'all wear y'all blackness like a scab, and this is not your country. You wear your blackness like a scab. Puerto Rican and Latinos and Hispanic community, on their tax documents, they check off their ethnicity just like we do. And as it pertains to reparations, we're going to verify in receipt what you documented. So don't try to come now with a 25% FBA bloodline in your lineage. It's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. They're trying to really get a back door into the lineage, and we're checking them from every angle. They've been trying to backdoor their way into this thing. They're trying to finesse their way into the lineage, and we're saying no, it's just not going to happen.
Up a bunch of lies.
And yeah, Juicy made a good point. Always, these tethers always trying to make my wife a tether like them. They always bring my damn wife up, and she brought a very good point. There's a lot of jealousy because what I do, we have a family. We have a functioning foundational Black American family. We ain't running around with anchor babies and shit. We ain't anchoring kids and countries. We ain't doing none of that old janky ass nonsense. Folks, you don't know who your dad is, and you're coming over and laying up with somebody so the kid can help get you citizenship. These old janky ass relationships y'all be in. Yeah. Of course, you're going to be mad at us having functional relationships, normal, functional, foundational Black American relationships where ain't nobody trying to get a damn green card. That weird ass bullshit y'all got to do. Yeah. So, yeah, when y'all see somebody having a normal relationship, y'all try to tether that up. Ain't she Dominican? Ain't your wife? Is she Trinidadian? No, nigga. Everybody ain't doing little janky anchor baby green card scams like you. And scammers always want somebody to be on a scam with them. No. That's why I love Foundation of Black American Women. They ain't got to do all of them goofy scams. Got to go anchor kids all over the damn place. No. FBA brothers ain't got to do that. You know what I'm saying? Every relationship is some kind of weird little finesse. Every relationship you get in, it's some kind of finesse got to go on with it.
It's some type of weird little finesse.
No, it's just called normal FBA family.
These people, relationships for passport.
That's all it is.
Tell the truth.
Let me get my brother Grinds in here. Grinds TV. Not to denigrate nobody, but we got to do some straightening. Brother Grinds, what's happening, sir?
What's up, Brother Tariq? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm all right. First of all, thank you for the movie. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
When you started talking about, because I had been following you, like the channel, for the past going on 4 years. So, and I remember back in 2021, you started showing receipts about how these people were trying to claim they are the origin of hip hop and all that, or they created 50-50, along with Black Americans, which is cap.
Sure.
Thank you for providing all the receipts, you and the rest of the people that provided those receipts. One of the things that I noticed is that, because first of all, we understand that this is war. This is warfare, psychological warfare, other types of warfare being, waged against us. And whoever, like the saying goes, whoever wins the war gets to tell the story, and they're mad that we're fighting back.
Right.
And we're showing all kind of receipts. One of the things that I noticed about the white supremacists, the tethers, and even these Latinos, like when we go back and forth with white supremacists on here, and then they always try to deny the existence of white supremacy.
Yeah.
You always got people from their community that will say, yeah, it's a thing. One of the things about these tethers, when we talk about the issue, like when they,
this from turn off in a second, but I don't want y'all going nowhere. I want everybody to stay put, pull up if you got some drink, roll up if you got something to smoke. I'm absolutely finna drop the link in the description box in a second. Bring some of y'all onto the platform to discuss what we have been hearing tonight. I want y'all to talk to Cultfigga about how y'all feel about Fat Joe's disrespect for the community. You feel like he should be able to get away with this? Huh? Do you feel like hip-hop been too soft? I heard one of y'all say, how the Breakfast Club. Do you feel like Fat Joe should be banned for disrespecting our grace? We're going to be discussing all of that and more. Y'all stay tuned.
When all these diaspora conversations and beefs and wars, pop up on these apps, and then they'll say, oh, well, it's the colonizers' fault. But then you'll have people from their community that will come forth and say the problem stemmed before the colonizers stepped foot on their soil.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's pissing off Fat Joe and all these other people that's complaining about microphone check is that you all have the receipts about where, because like, for instance, when they try to give credit to Kool Herc doesn't even take credit for starting hip hop. So, and they're really upset about that. And then all these other people, like the people that you spoke of that, say, hey, I'm the originator of this aspect of it, that aspect of it. You have people from those communities that they like to say we not from and know nothing about, from, the Bronx and all of that, and these different boroughs in New York, saying, this is where it started, and they have the receipts. They don't like that. I'm laying with this part right here. One of the things that I really do appreciate, because shout out to everybody that had anything to do with it, but one of the things that really drove it home for me was when brother, oh shoot, how did I forget his name? Oh, the brother from Lord Jamar, went ahead and said, if we're really all black, like you all say, what's the problem when we say that black people started hip hop?
Yeah.
And it's interesting that all of a sudden he's the worst rapper and the worst lyricist of Brand Nubian and all of that, and he's crazy, or whatever he called him, a lunatic earlier in the interview. All because he called that out. And I think I think people like Fat Joe are really upset because of the fact that Lord Jamar at the end of the movie really hit the nail on the coffin with that statement.
Yeah.
Peace, brother.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was another thing. Fat Joe took some real big shots at Lord Jamar, talking about, yeah, he was the wackest one and Brand Nubian and all that. And people are like, well, damn it, people could say you were the wackest one in the Terror Squad. That's what some people are saying.
We don't know the beginnings of rap because as long as our music has been recording, people have been rapping.
The disco DJs separated themselves from us. We were the next generation coming up with this thing, and they were like, what's this little hippity hop thing?
The first time I heard somebody spit a 16 over a break beat was probably Melly Mel.
The Melly Mel sound that you hear today, I got that sound from Hollywood.
I was doing the same form of entertainment long before it had a name.
A lot of the gangs were fading out by the time hip hop came in. A lot of those gangs turned into crews.
As far as influencing hip hop, I saw no Puerto Rican or Jamaican influences whatsoever.
I started breakdancing in the 70s.
When rap and hip hop was all black, it was negative. Now that it became a big phenomenon and corporately acceptable, now there's this need to take foundational Black Americans out of the creation of it and give it away to other people. And it's important for us to set the record straight.
Also, in the political sphere, what we see now, we see a whole bunch of now.
Shoot our brother Tariq for bringing this to the table, this discussion that we have right now. Very disrespectful by the cosplaying crack kingpin who not on no indictments, who backed the pedo SPM. Remember, he got ties to SPM. We say free SPM. It's a government conspiracy. That's a lie. SPM also, like Fat Joe, not on no indictments, on no wild test of selling no crack, cocaine, sold nothing to nobody, not even soap. Got caught with underage girls. He's a pedo. Fat Joe partying with SPM, partying with Diddy. We gotta look into his history. But right now, I want y'all to come on, man. I done dropped the link in the description. I want y'all to come on the Cultfigga TV platform. You come on Cultfigga TV. You in the background. I gotta see who you is. Now, you don't want to be seen on the live stream. You gotta show me who you is backstage. Then I'll let you up on the live stream. I know who you is. Because we know a lot of y'all is some mad, jealous phonies. Well, I'm not letting y'all onto my goddamn platform. You gotta be crazy. But we want to discuss Fat Joe, the cosplaying faker, and his disrespect of our people. How do y'all feel about that? You know? Y'all think it's all right for Fat Joe to disrespect our people and then get away with it? Y'all come on the Cultfigga TV platform. Letting y'all come on. Letting y'all discuss with Cultfigga Live. Y'all continue to roll up with y'all rolling. Smoke with y'all smoking. But if anybody want to come on to the show, y'all give me a second. Cause I gotta keep on correct. I gotta keep on doing this dinner. But if y'all want me, all right, give me a second. Y'all just hold up. I'll do that. All right, y'all want to come on? All right, I guess y'all tell come on, Cultfigga, man. Y'all shot. All right, y'all want to come on? Give me some. All right. Y'all come. All right, let's see. Hold on. Revolutionary salute. Hold on. Revolutionary salute to our Queen Toolbox Evolution. She say it's a birthday party to board these more colors. I appreciate you. Put more colors onto the board, but it don't stop. Don't stop, y'all. Give me 1 second. Because once again, hold on. Let's have my brothers talk about this. Give me 1 second. Let's see how our brothers discuss this. You know, we're gonna have to ban Fat Joe. And them phonies he with. Let's see what our brother Phil got to say about this.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, your boy Fat Joe, he's at it again. Now, what did he do? He's disrespecting Black Americans because how dare Black Americans have a say in anything in our culture? I want you to hear what Fat Joe has to say because I didn't know that we were radical Black racists. I didn't know that. The situation of Fat Joe, that Black man, whoever he is, I don't know, that's sitting there interviewing him, to let this man sit in front of you, not even a Black man, sit in front of you and tell you that you have people in your community is radical Black racist and using the N-word in front of you. See, listen, let me, where's my New York people at? Let's talk a little bit New York. You know, in New York, y'all love that N-word. Y'all love it to the core, but this is my issue. If you're going to use it, it should be among Black people. Sit up here letting people like Fat Joe and people of his community use that word to you, and you don't say nothing. See, we different down here in the South, man. That wouldn't fly in the South. That just do not fly here in the South. That would be a problem. Fat Joe don't come down here with that. He don't run around here telling Black people that to their face, not down in the South. But this man, see, he's speaking like a colonizer. Mm-hmm. A colonizer would say, how dare you take ownership of your culture?
That's right.
And you don't gatekeep it. Because I'm supposed to come in and out of it when I want to, do what I want to in your culture, and you better not say nothing. Black Americans have every right to gatekeep any part of our culture. And to hell with anybody that has to have an opinion otherwise. Just like other groups gatekeep their culture, and I take no issue with that. If you don't have something exclusive, then it's not worth anything. See, this has been the problem with Black American culture. We have been allowing anybody to come in and out of it as they want to, and everybody feel that they can just run over and trample and use our culture anytime they get good and ready. So now you're having Black Americans say, oh, no. We about to start enacting some gatekeeping and exclusivity. And when Black Americans started to do that, that's bothered a lot of people like Fat Joe. And when you start doing that, you find out who really respect the culture and who really disrespect the culture. And Fat Joe is running around here like a Spanish colonizer. Period. He's not a guest or anything. He's a colonizer. Just like what Kendrick said about Drake. They're colonizers. Now, that comment about radical Black racist. What position that Black Americans are in to be quote unquote racist to anybody? Show me any system in America that we as Black Americans can exclude anybody and hurt somebody out of. Show me how we can deny jobs to people. Show me how we can deny home loans and business loans from people. Show me how our police officers who are Black can just wholesale shoot down people, right, who are non-Black and get away with it. And nothing happens to them. Show me that. Show me where Black Americans have mass incarcerated anybody based off the color of their skin. Show me, Fat Joe, since you're saying the word racist, where's the system of Black supremacy? That Black people are dominating everything and oppressing everybody based off of the color of their skin. Show me, Fat Joe, where this system of Black supremacy, where we reign supreme. I like to see that. See, this is what y'all get. A lot of you New York cats, this is what you get for letting these other.
I'm seeing that Sarah said that Mav Hoffa erased the video that Fat Joe was dissing our people. Is that true?
This in the culture, and that's why they talk the way they talk.
Did they erase it?
It don't matter what we discussing about Caribbeans and anybody else. That's a conversation that Black Americans are having with the diaspora. That's all the people that should be having that conversation, not colonizers like Fat Joe.
Let's hear. Let's hear a little bit of what our brothers at the Black News. Let's hear what our brother has to say. I ain't gonna do the whole thing, but we definitely can get into it.
I was supposed to be done with all the celebrities and the social influencers, and we can just stick straight to politics, but you know how it goes.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
All right, folks. Well, you know how this is going to go here.
Let's go.
So I'm just minding my little old business and whatnot.
Our brother at the
Yeah, there was some audio making the rounds, and it sounded a little something like this.
These rumors were made by radical black racists. Let's just say that. Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them.
Right.
Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority. What? You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck. And that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, you know, your leader? Yo, man, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. And so they try.
All right, so that's how this all started. So I suppose Foundational Black Authority is supposed to be a funny way of playing that off. This is the way it goes. Of course, they listen to me. Of course, they're tuned in. And Joe, I know you're tuned in here tonight because you just tipped your hand that you listen on a regular basis. So we are going to see the nice program here. We can call it the education of Fat Joe or the Fat Joe faces the music, whichever you all would like to see that here as. So we're going to go ahead and address that is what we're going to do here. Since you want to have a conversation about that, and since you've drugged me into it for whatever your reasons are, though we know what the reasons are.
That was a mistake.
What we're going to do here first, I want to show you all a little bit of something because I've been looking around and that clip has made the rounds now. It's made the rounds. A number of folk are talking about it now. I got some audio queued up here. Lord Jamar, I want to go to him first. He's had a few choice comments about this because Fat Joe made some derisive comments about him as well in the middle of this. So what I first want to do, I'm going to play for you a clip here from Lord Jamar. Hear what he had to say about it.
Who sits at the cool table and who doesn't? I feel that all foundational Black Americans should boycott Fat Joe's new album. I believe, and at the same token, I believe all Puerto Ricans should go out and support it. That being said, I'd like to see how well it does. Because what all these people don't understand is all these people who have been ingratiated by hip hop is that if you took it back to your so-called roots or to your motherland or whatever the case may be and asked them to support you, you would not be where you are today.
Absolutely not.
Now, that's either a factual statement or it ain't. Well, Lord Jamar just said it's mathematics. Now, that's either a factually mathematically correct statement or it ain't. It's just that simple. Either you can take it back to your folk and you can rise, or without us, the numbers just ain't going to be there. Right now, it's looking like the numbers ain't going to be there. So, I mean, that's just a mathematical statement Lord Jamar is making. It's either mathematically correct or it ain't. But I'm not done. Jason, you listen to the whole thing? I'll listen to the whole thing. As the anchorman of the new black media, as the foundational black authority, in the words of Fat Joe, I think I might adopt that moniker. Do you all think I should adopt that moniker? If you all think that I should adopt the moniker of being not just the black authority, but the foundational black authority, give me the black fist emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. There's over 3,400 people in here live in just the first 5 minutes. But if you all think I should adopt that as my new moniker, not just the black authority, but the foundational black authority, give me the black fist emoji and hit the likes button for me. If you all think that's the way we need to go with that there, I may adopt that as my new moniker, the foundational black. Might go to Twitter and change my Twitter name to the foundational black authority. Just might do that. Because Joe might have been acting like he was confused. You were not confused. We all know that. You were not confused. But just make sure everybody else stays on the same page with it. So, by the way, I might go ahead and just adopt that. Next clip we have up here. Lord Jamar wanted to bring in the fact that, by the way, he's talked to other folk. He's spoken to other people, and he just wanted to go ahead and let you know what's going on there about that, because he's spoken to other folk about this situation, about why Joe may be upset and who was involved and who made hip hop and what the Puerto Rican influence was. And he had this to say.
Oh, let's talk about this. Ain't nobody hating on y'all, bro. You just telling the truth. I had Puerto Ricans on my show. Shout out to Ruby D and Whip a Whip. They were there. They said there were no Puerto Ricans in the beginning. They were the first ones. They got there in 76. What been was going on? What? Like,
what? Well, that sounds familiar now, don't it? Microphone check. That sounds familiar now, doesn't it? This is Lord Jamar bringing not receipts, but invoices. He said, I talked to Puerto Ricans. They said, well, no Puerto Ricans when they got there. Okay. Sounds very, very familiar. And there's a reason for it. Let's go a little bit further. Lord Jamar actually makes a good critical thinking argument here. Very good deductive argument on his part that he makes next here. Very good deductive reasoning he uses. A point that a lot of folk miss.
I think I may now have to bring just a couple people up to discuss. Akron Slim, rest in peace, Fact Checker Rage. Yes, sir. Fact Checker Rage, rest in power.
Okay, wrong clip there. That's okay. I'm going to go back to it, the one I was looking for here. He mentioned something that some folks said at the studio. I want to see if I got the right clip here.
Yo, they had an engineer that used to engineer for these guys, for Fat Joe and them, and he looked like he's Spanish, but he not. And they they said Joe was in there talking about, the Cocolos or whatever, they've been running shit too long. It's our turn, and And hey, I guess it's okay to feel like that, but
Cocolos. You mean Afro-Caribbeans? Is that those Cocolos? Are those the ones he's referring to? When he says the Cocolos been running things too long, this white Latino, Fat Joe, is it true that you're telling folks the Cocolos been running things too long and it's y'all's time? Well, but if you made it, how are we running it if you made it? I mean, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you think about it. I mean, if that's the case. Yeah, folks have a whole lot to say in that regard when they think they can get away with that. They have a whole lot to say in that regard. But he's not the only one. He is not the only one. DJ Academics posted up about it. Even he couldn't ignore it. Yes, folks, I didn't bring your receipts. I brought your invoices. I'm not just telling you what you paid. I'm telling you what you owe. I'm telling you, if you think it didn't make the rounds, it made the rounds. It made the rounds. So Academics had played it, and he had a few thoughts of his own here I want to go ahead and touch on. So first, I want to talk about here when he mentions about what happened or what he thinks occurred and his thoughts on, okay, who created what and how he feels about it. Well, here's where Academics come down.
To speak how I feel. Yeah, if Latinos want me to believe that they created hip hop, fuck out of here. So I'm gonna agree with Tariq Nasheed.
Okay, the Academic starts pretty good, at least. Like that right there. So Academic starts pretty good.
Yeah, if Latinos want me to believe that they created hip hop, fuck out of here. So I'm gonna agree with Tariq Nasheed. I don't think they did at all. I'm sorry. Like I think the roots of what hip hop is really rooted in obviously Black American, but African and specifically Islander Black Islander culture. For example, Jamaica.
Nigga, please.
Is really rooted in obviously Black American, but African and specifically Islander Black Islander culture, for example, Jamaicans, right?
And this is the whole reason why we had to buckle down on it, because everybody keeps trying to shoplift it. Everybody keeps trying to shoplift it. They can't just leave it alone and leave it where it's at. It's too hot. It's too valuable. And when you have something that's hot and valuable that is this potent, next thing you know, everybody, he's like, no, the Latinos didn't do it. Well, thank you, Academic. We appreciate that. Because we actually, from the islands, we actually did it.
What a joke.
Out of the frying pan into the microwave. Out of the frying pan into the microwave.
Here we go. Revisionist BS. People put.
All right. I'll let it play a little bit longer so nobody can accuse me of taking it out of context, but I just thought it. And by the way, Academics is very, very solid when it comes to the music business, his prognostication about it, his insights into it, spot on, dead on. But he was doing good right till he got to that part there. And then temptation kind of got the better of him.
I don't think they did at all. I'm sorry. Like I think the roots of what hip hop is really rooted in obviously Black American, but African and specifically Islander Black Islander culture, for example, Jamaicans, right? I think, you know, again, I don't want to just be like biased in terms because I know I'm Jamaican. I don't want to be like, I feel like Jamaicans have more claim to try to say they influenced the first, you know, spark of that origin of hip hop more than Latinos do.
Now, that's interesting language to say influenced, to say that you had influence. That's something you can argue about. To say that, because that's subjective. The real issue we have is not, we don't argue with people about, oh, did they influence this or influence that? But even then, there's an argument to be made. That's not really the case about influence either. Because anything that you name about influence, it's probably not going to pan out as much as you might tell yourself it would. The real thing is when folks start bringing up who created it. That's the real thing about it.
Thanks.
When you start talking about who created it.
Who birthed it.
Because that's where folks are going around and folks are sitting up here and getting things confused and messed up, or some folks out there are not being confused. They're just doing what they're doing. And then it opens it up to this kind of stuff right here. And the next thing you know, we got folks who they say that this monumental thing that was a direct development of our experience here on the soil of America, our experience here. Next thing you know, it starts becoming this thing that everybody wants to put their hands on. Want to go ahead and take you back to Lord Jamar here. I think I found the clip that I was looking for here earlier. I want to play for you here so we can put this in context, especially what you just heard DJ Academic say. I want to help put this in its context here. Listen to what Lord Jamar said, and this goes for the Caribbean and everything like that. No disrespect, but when folks start talking about who influenced what, Lord Jamar brings up a very good point that really solidifies, okay, where was the influence exactly? Listen to this part.
They weren't acting Puerto Rican when it came to Puerto Rican. Some people may have had Jamaican background or something like that. But guess what? They were all doing and acting like foundational Black American youth. They weren't acting Jamaican. They weren't acting Puerto Rican when it came to interacting in hip hop circles. Even before the culture had a name, the culture was still there. And it was being influenced by foundational Black American youth using foundational Black American music as its base. We wasn't using any Puerto Rican slang, and not just Puerto Rican, anything. It's not about hating anything that doesn't look like you. These are non-arguments.
We weren't using their dress. We weren't dressing like them. We weren't using their musical intonation. We weren't using their slang. You know, all those things that constitute a subculture and then a culture. We were neither using the subculture nor the culture. Now, they were emulating us. We weren't emulating anything that you see or find in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, certainly not Puerto Rico. We weren't emulating any of that. Now, they were emulating what we were doing, but you're talking about who was influencing. Where's the influence? We see where we influenced everyone else. You can't show where they brought an influence here. And anything you name will just be what we made. Well, we had our own twist on it that we put later. Okay, then we influenced you. I mean, that's the point that we're making about that is, yeah, that's where the influence came from and where it went. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, improvisation is an element of intelligence. You want to talk about artificial intelligence. Improvisation is one, sure. Being able to improvise is one. Being able to imitate is another one. So being able to completely be inspired is one. Improvisation is another. Imitation is another. And the real thing is keeping it accurate about where this comes from. So being able to innovate on something or take a look at it and, oh, here's another element here. Okay, that's fine. No one's arguing over that one there, but to say we made the car. No. No, you put the fins on the back there. And there's a reason why we have to do that, because if we do not safeguard our culture, then people are going to do what they've done historically throughout the centuries now, certainly the last 120 years of recorded music, and then tell you that it belongs to them. Right. That what we made is no longer ours. We have allowed ourselves to be chased out of every genre we made. We created American music, and we have allowed ourselves over the last century to be chased out of every single bit of it. Ragtime, which was the precursor to jazz, rock and roll, heavy metal, country music, pop, and we created all of them, but then we allowed ourselves to be chased out of it. And then these other folks colonized it. And when they got done, they told you we had nothing to do with it, that they were the ones who made it. And that's the reason why we are saying this far and no farther. We're digging in our heels, and we're going to stand 10 toes down right where we are, because it's time to make sure we clear the air on it. Period. Now I want to go back over here to academics. We were talking about Fat Joe. He goes on here and talk about that thing that Joe said about black racists. And I thought that was a very interesting one there, because that kind of shows you a lot. That really kind of shows you a lot there when you think about that. Telltale moment.
Black racist. Let's just say that.
Okay, let me stop it here. Do I think Tariq is a radical black racist? We got to be very careful with that, especially using the word racist when it comes to black people. Could black people be racist? Yes. Do I believe that?
Okay. Really? Can black people be racist? I mean, unless your definition of racist is so watered down and diluted that you think that hurling insults can make you a racist. If you do not have systemic power, you cannot be racist. You can be offensive if you're a powerless individual. This would be like somebody who is broke and homeless and penniless on the streets, and me saying that they're classist against me. He's nothing against me. He has no money. He's on a street corner somewhere. He's nothing against me. I don't give a damn what he says. All he can do is be offensive. And if I care to listen to him, he's powerless. Power is a group phenomenon, as Dr. Claude Anderson taught us. Racism is a group phenomenon. You have to have a system that backs you. Simply being insulting makes you offensive. It doesn't make you a racist. And by the way, academics has been told this. So, hold this L.
Tariq is racist because he's doing this FBA thing. I think that's a stretch right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, again, there's every group that's very, like, they might be inclusive to a certain extent, but they're very protective of their group. Like Jewish people, they're very protective of their group. Could you call them that they're bigoted or racist because they protect their identity and they stand up? No, you would actually be seen as ridiculous. You'd be seen as an anti-Semite.
The only thing is that Jewish people can pass for white and can assimilate in white society. So if they wish to be accepted as a white person or treated as a white person, they can do that. It's only if they decide to go the other way. But there's the only asterisk you have to put beside that one right there. So that's what academic had to say about that part. Want to go on to this next thing here. 22 mark. Jason, you did a lot of research in this. Oh, absolutely here, folks. I wanted to make sure I brought the P's and Q's so you all didn't necessarily have to. Found this to be an interesting statement from Fat Joe here, by the way. Found this to be an interesting statement, which really only solidifies what we were saying before.
Rent. You understand? So that's how this shit come about. These guys don't like nobody but them. So hey, fuck that. This guy, why? How could he say this? How could he? Bro, have you been in my hood? Do you know where I'm from?
Yes, I do. Answer to both of your questions there is yes. Yes, I have, and yes, I do.
You know, we did my brother's funerals. More black people than Spanish people at the funeral sitting next to my mother. Do you know where the fuck I'm from?
Okay, let me go ahead and deal with that statement in particular. First of all, condolences on your brother. I don't know how long ago it was or whatever, but my condolences. However, the statement that you just made, this is the reason why we have decided that we have got to be more strident. Some people like Tariq are more hard line, and there's a valid reason for it, is because of the statement you just made. Did you all hear what he said? There were more black people sitting around his mother. There's the point we've always made. Black folk, especially we as foundationals, not especially, we as foundationals created that practice of giving non-Anglos a safe space. We're the ones who went to battle, fought against folk, Tulsa, Oklahoma, everywhere else to fight. Now everybody else has a safe space because we made it possible on American soil to not be Anglo and to have a safe space, because you don't have a safe space among Anglos. So of course we've always been the welcoming people, as evidenced by what Joe just said. Here's the issue. You can have a place there where a bunch of black folk are sitting around his mother. I'm trying to find the black person in New York who had a bunch of Puerto Ricans sitting around their mother. What? That's the point that we've been making. You all have always had acceptance from us, love from us, ingratiation from us. That's been a given. What we notice is, by the way, at our funerals, So at the Puerto Rican funeral, there's black folks sitting around mom. At the black funeral is black folk sitting around mom. That's been the issue that we have had. That one right there. You've always been able to count on us in your neighborhood, on your block, with your family. Always been a given. But the problem is we are recognizing this is not a two-way street. And we're saying if it's not a two-way street, then just shut the block down. There's no reason to have any traffic on this street if it ain't gonna run two ways. We should have the same story that you got, but we don't. You got stories of black folks showing up for you, holding it down for you. We don't have those stories for Puerto Ricans in general, white Puerto Ricans in specific. We don't have that. Now, we do have a bunch of other stories. We do have a bunch of other stories of Puerto Ricans in general, white Puerto Ricans in specific, talking all MAGA. You know, when you use terms like black racists, all of a sudden you start getting real comfortable. One minute you claiming you with us, but the next minute you get real comfortable talking like Fox News and using MAGA terms like black racists. They turn into Karens real quick. They start using the vocabulary that none of us use. How you gonna be from our block and you using vocabulary that we don't use? This is what I mean. We don't use y'all slang. Y'all learn the slang from us. We don't use yours. You don't hear terms like black racists coming from us. That's some suspect stuff going on there. That's that Fox News MAGA stuff. So they lean into their whiteness. When adversity hits, the real thing comes out. They lean into their whiteness. And let me just take a brief aside. It's not about being in your feelings either, because understand, over here on the foundational side of the fence, if somebody challenges your credentials, you don't start flipping out and cooning. That's not the way in which you respond. When your credentials are questioned among us, we double down and triple down on black and what we already are. We stand on our credentials. We don't start talking like folk from the other side. That's how you respond when people challenge your credentials. You stand on it and it speaks for itself when you do, but when you start adopting vocabulary from the dominant society, it's like, oh, no wonder your credentials are in question. Well, what do you know, Joe? All we did was apply a little pressure, not a lot, a little pressure. Next thing we know, you start talking exactly the way we warned people, exactly what we warned them about. That's a Fox News MAGA vocabulary you're dragging out. You might want to go take your trip to Mar-a-Lago. Damn! No, everybody else is going down there. Fat Joe might want to go take his trip to Mar-a-Lago while he's at it there. That might work. All right, academics also brings up something else here. Thought it was rather prescient to get into. He brings up something else. So I'll give him credit for this also.
What is this about? Like, they're confused.
Now, one thing I'll say, and I hate to say, but we have to say.
Legends I know, when I go to the legendary shit, they're all Black and Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
And I sit there with them and I'm like, if they don't believe it, they don't understand. They don't understand like that talk. They're like, yo, what the fuck is this about? Like, they're confused.
Now, one thing I'll say, and I hate to say, but we have to say, if we're talking about Puerto Rico or even Dominican Republic, these are two countries. And remember, I hate when people try to equate like being Puerto Rican to just being a race, right? Because people in Puerto Rico are different race, creeds, and everything else. Being Puerto Rican is not equivalent to being Black, right? And when he's saying Puerto Ricans and Black, I understand why some people might have like a issue with even accepting that, because here's the thing. You know what's really popping right now in Puerto Rico is Latin music, where Bad Bunny and all these people are thriving from, where we're talking about Anuel and all these people. Number one, it's super colorist. It's super colorist. Colorism, I always say, like, you know, in America, we care so much about racism because that's the biggest thing. In countries where people look a little bit more similar and there's not hard race lines, there's colorism. Like, for example, in Jamaica, there's colorism. We're all Black people in Jamaica, but now the lighter you are, it's seen like you're better. And
there's the issue that we have with folk there, like academics. He's Jamaican. That's cool. That's great. Like I say, a lot of good insights Act gives. I laud him for that. But that part right there is the issue. When he said, when you come from places where there's not a lot of hard racism, what he means, maybe, I guess what he means by that is there's not a strong white population. Our point is, dude, colorism is the evidence of the hard racism in your society. That racism is global. White supremacy is global. It is endemic. It is so entrenched in the soil of the earth that even in places where there's only a marginal or negligible white population or none at all, they're still running along with whoever is the closest to white is preferenced. Even in places where there isn't a direct white presence, I think this is the racism we refer to, even when there's not a direct white presence, they're still influenced by whoever's closest to whiteness. And they bring those attitudes over to the only place on earth where you have had a group of Black people who have developed an independent identity and a culture of resistance to white supremacy. We're the only folk where we recognize that colorism thing. No, dude, that's the influence of that hard racism you're referring to. It's so entrenched in everything. It is so all invasive. It's so all encompassing. It saturates everything so much to the point that even in places where you don't have a white population, it still influences your behavior. That's our point. We don't have the luxury of trying to make it some academic exercise, pardon the expression. It's not something that we can sit up here and philosophize about. We got to hit it head on just exactly like it is, because this is what it does. So you have a group of folk who say that, well, there's not a strong white population. Meanwhile, the white folk run everything in Jamaica. Meanwhile, they run everything, which is the point that we've been making. And then they bring that attitude over here and tell us about how much racism isn't much of a problem. That's our issue. 'Cause That's our issue that we've had. I want to go ahead and direct my next comments here at Fat Joe. I want to direct my next comments here at Fat Joe. I want us to go ahead and see if we can clear the air on a few things. We want to clear the air on a few things and see if we can come to an understanding. Coming from the foundational Black authority, here's the conclusion that we came to here. People don't respect us as a people. This is the issue that we've come to with folks like Fat Joe. People don't respect us as a people. These other folks treat us like a trading zone. We're a good place for them to do business and to make more money than they otherwise would have where they come from, which is the point that Lord Jamar was making. Why don't you go see if you can talk like this among other white Latinos, express yourself like this among them, and see if they glum on to this or not. You're not making no money over there. So they tell us that they love us as a people, when in reality they love us as a trading zone. We are a profitable place for them to do business. And they make more money amongst us than they ever would in their lives. But just because you make more money among us does not mean that you respect us as a people. And I'm not just talking about Fat Joe or folk from the Caribbean. This goes for the Asian community, the Arab community, the African immigrant community. I said it. South American, Mexican. Everybody comes amongst us and they get treated to more of that safe space culture. And then as soon as they get access to that, then next thing you know, here comes the double cross. And we've lost our patience for the double crossing. So they join into Black culture by take part in it when it's convenient. But the second you test that resolve and question them credentials, which, by the way, is what the street's supposed to do, all of a sudden they start talking like Fox News and white Karens, which is the other shoe dropping that we've been referring to. And we noticed it for a while, and we sat up here and told ourselves, okay, well, maybe that's just a minor thing there, but that's not the way that goes. That's not the way that goes. In the chat room, Alicia Main is going to give me a call up here in just a moment. So let me go ahead and get Zoom fired up here because Alicia Main would like to go ahead and talk to me. So I will give just Alicia Main an opportunity to do that. I'll go ahead and drop the Zoom link in the chat room, and Alicia Main can go ahead and give us a call and educate us about these things. Like to go ahead and give them a holler about, they'd like to go ahead and talk to us about that, so they'll be front and center for it. We can do a little encompassing and accepting of folks right now. We can do a little bit of that right now. We've been holding off on them to it for lately, but we can go ahead and make an exception here, and Alicia can go ahead and join me for that. This idea that you're going to be Black or Black friendly when it is convenient, it don't work that way. It doesn't work that way because we don't get to be Black when it's convenient because it's never been convenient to be us. It's always been a problem to be us. It's always been hardship, and we had to make it convenient to be us. Joe don't know nothing about that. Joe's a beneficiary of the road that we blazed and what we set up and made a space for because there was none before we did it. And this idea that you cannot be comfortable with us unless you can colonize us, there's the problem. See, it's necessary for us to clean this up so we can stop this confusion, because confusion is how you defeat people from within. And if they aren't clear on their identity, then they'll just follow anybody. Ain't that right, Joe? Next thing you know, you look up and, oh boy, isn't this a picture right here? Looking like Tetherfest 3000. Next thing you know, everybody and their mama is trying to bring in some light-skinned people of backgrounds that are not from ours. And next thing you know, putting them in front of our parade and telling us, these are your leaders. You don't have any other group of people in this nation, on this planet, where they're installing a black person to lead them. And to say that this black person is going to define their culture for them. Yeah, it's not Terror Squad, it's Tether Squad. Everybody's doing that. That's the point that we're making. That's the point that we're making. I'm going to jump over here on Zoom. I got Dorothy. If this is not Alicia there, I need you to go ahead and jump off. This is not general admission. So anybody other than them will get banned. So she's got, by the way, Maj, she got 2 minutes to go ahead and be on the line for us. So she got 2 minutes to go ahead and join us. She's had so much to say. I certainly wouldn't want them to miss out. So they got 2 minutes here, or be there, be gone. One or the other. Don't be scared now. You got 2 minutes to go ahead and be on the line. And by the way, just to make sure there is no foolishness in that regard, no need for you to talk in the chat room anymore. So you can go ahead and call me up directly. Be there, be square, sit back, smile, and dial. The Zoom link is up there in the chat room. I recommend you go ahead and use it. Recommend you go ahead and use it. Give them their 2 minutes, and that'll be it. Want to go ahead and I want to make some comments here. I got to ask some questions. Fat Joe was talking before that he was upset about us before. He was talking about FBA before. He was denigrating us before and talking about all these woke people. So he's talking about black racists. He's talking about woke. Dude, you sound like you need to be sitting up there on Fox News. I mean, you're using their vocabulary, not ours. This is exactly what we're warning people against. Where'd it go wrong for you, Joe? I know you're asking yourself right now, where did it go wrong? Where it went wrong here is when white companies buy something like BET. They buy something like BET, and the next thing you know, they're telling us that the so-called Black Entertainment Television Awards are hosted by somebody who's not black. Now, tell me when the Latin Grammys are hosted by somebody who's not Latin. No, better yet, tell me when we get to jump over there and go host the Latin Grammys, that we get to be their representative. As I said, every time you come to us, somebody's always trying to install someone who isn't even one of us as the leader of what we're doing, but they never grab one of us and install us as the leader of what they're doing. Never. And they gotten bold with it. See, this is that colonial stuff that they do over there in Africa, in India, and South America, and Mexico, where they get, I mean, super bold with it. You start ending up with your Miss Nigeria is going to be a white woman, and Miss Zimbabwe going to be a white woman. I mean, they just said, man, damn the pretenses. We bold with it. We are going to redefine you. And what we said is, oh, hell no, you won't. So one of the first things, Joe, was, by the way, you're at the Black Entertainment Awards. You should have had the decency to tell them, hey, I can't do that. That's off code. I can't do that. Thanks for the kind little offer there, but I can't do that. That's out of bounds. I can't walk up in their house like that. That's out of bounds. I can be a guest host or something. I can't have top billing. That's out of bounds. You should have had that decency to do that, but colonizers don't think that way. Colonizers tell themselves that all the rest of us have been waiting for them to show up and put a saddle on our backs and tell us which way we're going to go. So
Revolutionary salute to our queen. Faith speaks life for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate the little queen salute.
Of course, you didn't see it. Of course, you didn't. All of a sudden, we're all just one big nigga. Couldn't help but notice that. Foundational black authority, whatever. Okay, all of a sudden, we're one big nigga. Those attitudes have started to seep through and they started to seep out. Those attitudes have started to seep out, and the issue you have now is, damn, I didn't think they were paying attention. I thought they were all just slaves to star powers. You wagered wrong on that one. I want to take a moment here to discuss a few things about the Caribbean. And shout out to academics once again. Shout out to academics, but we need to take a moment here to redress this again, so we can make sure everybody is clear on exactly how we came to this point. You're either going to be black first, or you're going to be Jamaican first.
And deal with it, nigga.
You don't get to claim black as priority when it serves you and is convenient, and when you think, well, wherever I can get the most benefits. No, we don't claim black when we're convenient. We got to be it all the time. When it's convenient, when it's inconvenient, it's never convenient. You gonna either be black first, and we know you solid, and we can count on that, or you're gonna be Jamaican first, Dominican first, Haitian first, Cape Verdean first. Good grief. Afro-Latino first, Nigerian first. You're either going to be black first, or whatever else you are, stay over there, so that we don't have to ask ourselves what you are today or what you prioritize today. But you can't have it both ways, because what we've realized, the reason we're taking the hard line, is because what we've realized is that when we allow you all to be black when convenient, those of you who were not from the soil here in America, those of you who are not from the foundation, what we realized was that in most cases, when we allow you to play that black when convenient, you end up squadding up against anyone who's not of your lineage. Black when convenient doesn't bring you over here with us. Black when convenient sends you over there. And you claim black when you see a way to hoard all the benefits for yourself, or you claim wherever you're from, wherever your lineage is from, because a lot of you were born here, or you don't even have memories of the place where your family came from, but you claim that when it's convenient. So when it's time to get an award or an accolade or a pay raise or a promotion or special dispensation, you make sure to tell the world you're Jamaican. All of a sudden, you separate. Now, if you want to talk about being divisive, that thing when they keep bringing up being Jamaican, that's the divisive part. Why isn't that black wasn't good enough? You all said that black alone wasn't good enough. You need to put a qualifier on it that divides you from the folk you came over here to be amongst. You came over here to the safe space that we made, and then you're making an active effort to distinguish yourself from us, which shouldn't be necessary. So the division started with you all over there. We didn't start the division. We just said, okay, we'll second that. But if you want to talk about being divisive, all that distinguishing yourself that black ain't enough, you're going to go beyond that. You remember clearly where you're from. Why are you making an issue to distinguish yourself from us? Well, we all look black. That's what academics said in this video here about Fat Joe's. Well, I mean, Haitians look like black folk. Jamaicans look like black folk in America. Yeah, so it can't be racism because we look like them. Well, that's absolutely true that they look like us. The problem is you keep working to distinguish yourself. There's where the red flag comes up. Why are you fighting so hard to distinguish yourself when you just articulated, oh, well, there's really not a whole lot of difference. Obviously, there's a huge difference if you go to such great pains and troubles to keep saying, I'm Jamaican, I'm Dominican, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Cuban. That should be irrelevant if we are your people. That should be irrelevant. When they're handing out rewards, you're Jamaican. But when they put something on your ass and you need some help, all of a sudden, you start yelling about blackness. When they're giving out rewards and handing out candy and handing out benefits and there's a contract to sign, it's, I'm Jamaican, I'm Dominican, I'm Cuban. But as soon as folk need some help, all of a sudden, we black. We weren't black when you were signing the contract. We weren't black when you were winning the Olympic award. We weren't black when they were giving you preferential treatment. We wasn't black. But as soon as white supremacy starts putting that little squeeze on, now we black. We black. That's the issue that we've had with it. We black. When convenient. And it's never when it's convenient for us. See, they want to distinguish themselves with something as simple as Usain Bolt. Let me remind you something. When Carl Lewis got his gold medals, you didn't have any of us over here on our side talking about, oh, you Jamaicans pipe down. He ain't no Jamaican. He found it. He one of us. You didn't hear any of us telling Jamaicans to pipe down, Dominicans to pipe down. Y'all be quiet. When we went to the Olympics, you never heard that. Never. We never distinguished ourselves. When FloJo competed, we never distinguished ourselves. We never tried to exclude other black folk in the diaspora and say, no, this is about us here. This us. Then we looked up one day and realized whether it was Nicki Minaj or whoever else, next thing you know, they're going out of their way to make it clear that if we show up, oh, this is our culture here, this is our country, this is our continent, you ain't one of us. And we're just like, you know what? Keep that energy. That's all we're saying. Okay, if that's what it's going to be, keep that energy. Next time, quote, you need help, don't come hollering and yelling. Trump come booming into the White House, baby, it ain't never been convenient for us. Trump gonna make it inconvenient for us. It's always been inconvenient for us, and it's about to get a whole lot more inconvenient for you.
And deal with it.
Now, all of a sudden, we black. As I just said, yeah, whenever you need help, we black. But when times are good and folks are living fat, you go out of your way to make sure, hey, we're distinguishing ourselves. Let me go ahead and talk about New York. Oh, I got to get into it. Because the whole reason this has come up is because New York has established itself as the financial capital of America, but in many ways it's also established itself as one of the cultural capitals of America. Certainly when it comes to rap and hip hop culture, certainly it takes the crown in that regard there. So it's got that on its head. But there's a problem with that New York culture. There's a problem with it. There's a huge issue with it. It's very misleading and it's very deceptive is the problem. Bunch of black folks came from the South and ended up in New York. So what they did to counter that was they made New York an epicenter of immigrants to drown that out, to the point that you got whole boroughs now where the immigrant population in many places outnumbers the foundational. And that's by design. Folks who've only been here for one generation, folks who haven't even been here since the Civil Rights Act passed in the 60s. And that's what New York has become. A bunch of folks who, quote, look like us, which is the Trojan horse strategy. Yes, I'm yelling it because nobody else is telling it. The Trojan horse strategy has been used. That they brought over immigrants that, well, they look like the folks there, so don't worry. And we're sitting up here talking about, okay, we all in this together, but they chose people who may have our skin tone, but they harbor the same white supremacist, anti-black, anti-foundational sentiments of the government that brought them here. Want to ask y'all about the neighborhoods in New York. Oh, we gonna get into it. Hey, Fat Joe, I want to ask you something about the Latin Kings. Damn! Hey, Fat Joe, you want to tell me about the Puerto Ricans and whatnot, and we all been down and whatnot. I got a question to ask you, dude. What about the Latin Kings? Oh, we gonna go there? Can we go there tonight? I just need to ask one simple little question right there. By the way, Joe, if it's always been good and always been groovy and always been gravy, by the way, so can we talk about the Latin Kings? Can we talk about the debate that always went on about King Blood? Because you see, they give you a different, they tell you now they ain't got no issue with black folk. That's very, very interesting, because those of us who remember how the Latin Kings started, there was always a debate and argument about King Blood. So we all know what that is. So maybe you need to sit down with us. Joe, sit down with us so we can chop this up about that. If Fox News will let you get away long enough. By the way, if Fox News will let you go long enough, we can go ahead and chop this up and discuss this. Just thought I would go ahead and mention that. Folks, for somebody like me, I travel the country. I get around these places. If you're old enough to know your history, by the way, I just thought I'd ask you about that. Because Joe is telling us that Puerto Rican's been there since the beginning. Oh, really? Oh, really? Do you want to talk about the Puerto Rican presence? Do you want to talk about the Puerto Rican neighborhoods? Do you want to talk about the Puerto Rican behavior? Because we can do that. When you take a look at your neighborhoods up there in New York, you take a look everywhere you go up there. I got to say it tonight. The Nigerians got their enclave up there. They've made a point to separate themselves from us. With very few exceptions. They've made a point to have their own little district. The Somalians, their own little district. The Haitians over there in Queens, their own the Haitians and Jamaicans, their own little neighborhoods and enclaves over there. They make it a point to separate from us. They consider themselves to be bilingual. That they speak Haitian and foundational. That's my point. We're a trading zone. They consider themselves bilingual. They say, oh, don't, I can operate among the Caribbeans, and if I see some black folk, I can operate among them too. But what they're not doing is forming a homogenous whole with us. That's what hasn't been happening. They make it a point. When they go to school, they'll have like the Haitians on one side, the Jamaicans on one side. Okay. But if we show up, it becomes Caribbeans on one side and foundationals on the other. That's what we started noticing. And it's not new. This isn't something that just started happening in the last 5 or 10 years. We started going back through the crates and going back through the Rolodex and going back to the files and found out, hey, this has been the way it's always been. We, as the foundational folk, been deluding ourselves into believing that there was some type of integration going on, but that wasn't happening. Now, would you like me to tell you about the Puerto Rican sides of New York? Would you like me to get into that, Joe? Since you went there with it. I'm going to talk about the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans for just a few moments. The big misnomer y'all have all had here is that interracial sexual access. Damn! See, that's what y'all hang your hats on. And that's the delusion. Brother Neely Fuller warned us all about becoming confused. So what happens is you're up there in New York, and because there may be some Puerto Ricans that you have sexual access to, and there might be some black females who bend over for you, this sexual access thing got folks talking as if we're an integrated whole. No, there's been sex partners. There's been a whole bunch of sexual joyriding going on. But when y'all hopping out the bed, you not confused. That's just your black baby mama over there. You're not confused. Shout out Jennifer Lopez. She was running around with Diddy as a trading zone. Diddy was a trading zone for Jenny from the block. Confirms every word I've said. And as soon as he was no longer profitable, she threw his ass under the bus. You gone. And she said, let me make this solo career pop off. And that's the last time she been near anything look like a black male. Isn't that interesting? The same thing we always see happening. We're just now acknowledging that, hey, this isn't a fluke and this isn't a figment of our imaginations. This is what was always going on. So we're not falling for the interracial sexual access thing anymore. Some of your favorite rappers, who, by the way, a lot of them are just the biggest lames y'all ever saw. So many of these rappers are so damn lame. They get very little sex. They just, as soon as they do, they just go hog wild about it. A bunch of y'all got more females than them, but they're the ones going gaga for interracial sexual access. The rest of us have said, yeah, we're pulling back on that. That's not new to us. We're not thrilled by that. We're not hypnotized by that. That's the difference. A whole bunch of folks have deceived themselves into thinking that's a phrase that I heard in New York from some of the folk I know up there, which is, oh, well, you know, we got some Latino folk around here and whatnot, and, you know, kids go to school together and whatnot. Okay, how's that working out? Folks are sleeping with each other. Okay, that don't mean a damn thing. Strom Thurmond had a black baby. That doesn't mean anything. We're not falling for that anymore. People with their sexual adventurism, and you telling me that we clicked up. No, there's just been some sexual adventures. They do it down in Miami. They do it out in Los Angeles. They do it out in Denver. They do it down in Dallas. And they've been doing it up there in New York. You're not going to pass that off as a minority coalition. Because when y'all hop out the bed, you're going down to the city councils and the aldermen and everybody in the commissions and making laws that penalize us or disenfranchise us, boost your people and put us on the back seat. You see that in New York. You see that in Chicago. You see that in Los Angeles. See how that list is getting similar? All these places where folks are having their interracial jollies, sitting up here having sex with folk who then getting back to the city council. Okay, what folk need to understand is that for black females here in New York, this is bad, particularly if you're from the Caribbean. It's become a rite of, I'm going to step on some feet tonight. It is a rite of passage for black females from the Caribbean in New York to have sex with a white man.
And deal with it, nigga.
I got to go ahead and get that off the chest. Yeah, by the way, let me go ahead and add it out for you right quick. It's a rite of passage for Haitian females, Puerto Rican females, Cuban females, Dominican females. It's a rite of passage for them to do that. In New York, if she's a chick from the Caribbean, 9 times out of 10, she has had a zaddy. It's a rite of passage, man. It's the thing to do. I'm not talking about some well-to-do fella. I'm talking about the fella cleans out the garbage cans at Penn Station. I'm talking about the white dude on the garbage truck. I'm talking about the white Uber driver. I'm not talking about the white guys down on Wall Street. I'm just talking about your regular, run-of-the-mill, average, working class, lower class white dude. It's a rite of passage. You got your schools up there, Columbia. You got your schools, you got your hospitals. If she's a Caribbean chick, if she is a nurse from Caribbean background, just understand the white doctors at the hospital done grip them butt cheeks. Just understand that and accept that. Just accept it. Recognize it, understand it, accept it. They done got that. If she's from the Caribbean and she's over the age of 22, they got it. Okay, if ain't nobody else gonna tell the damn truth about it, let the truth be told tonight. Over 9,000 people in here live. Let the truth go ahead and be told tonight. That's what's going on in New York. That's what they're used to. So that's their attitude toward all of us, is that we all get geeked out like that. So they brought over so many of them that they now think we all that way. But it's true. And everybody, all my folks in New York know I'm telling the damn truth. You know I'm telling the truth, so let's not even lie about it. Belly up to the bar and let's just accept it for what it is. And stop pretending that it's something that it ain't. Because then you can start getting healthy. See, when you start accepting that among your culture, that is a rite of passage. When you start accepting that truth, now you can start getting better. You can start cleaning yourself up and start dusting yourself off and start getting with the real when you start admitting, Jason, yeah, you're telling the truth. That's a rite of passage for us. We consider that to be a status symbol. If I get to be a notch on Zaddy's belt, that's a status symbol. I'm improving the race.
Lie.
Fat Joe came for the right one this time. Came for the right one here. I ain't gonna roast you. I'm just gonna do a history lesson. I'm just gonna do a civics lesson. Little social studies. That's all. Don't tell me about the neighborhoods up there in New York. They're balkanized as hell. They always have been. You mess your ass and go over there in the Bronx where the Dominicans are. You go Long Island, you go anywhere. You're gonna find out quick. They let you know when you don't get welcome with open arms. It don't work that way. It does not work that way. And he'd have you believe that's the case. Puerto Ricans can come around anywhere we at. The white ones can come around anywhere we at. But then again, folk always been able to do that. That's not new. What's new is trying to pass off that ain't what it is. You know why they don't like that? Because we messing up the money. We're closing down the trading zone. We're not going to be just a free trading zone anymore. That's kind of scary. Especially when we're saying, by the way, and hand us the key. You don't get to walk around with that hall pass for our culture anymore. Hand that hall pass back over. We got to get that hall pass back from you. Want to talk to some of my black folk here? We're going to have a little conversation about what it means and why we're doing this. We're going to have a little conversation about this tether situation. Let me go ahead and clean this up for you here, too. I've done it several times, but since I got so many of you here tonight, let me explain to you what Fat Joe is upset about and a whole bunch of other folks are upset about and why they shouldn't be, because this is actually good for everybody here. But there's an issue. The issue here is that when Black Americans start cooning, we check them. We check them. You don't have to get some Nigerian professor to start giving us a history lesson to check them. You got a Larry Elder or Jimbo Jangles, we do the check-in. The Skip Gates, we do the check-in. They bought and paid for Negroes who go on Fox News, clowning black folk, we do the checking. We don't need nobody else. Jesse Lee Peterson, we check that. We are first on deck, only on deck. They can't move around. They can't breathe. They know we're coming for their necks. First, second, first violation, zero tolerance. And that's the way it has always been. We check our coons. No one else has to police them. And that has spoiled everyone else. Because they see us doing all the regulating and then they want to try to take advantage of that. We check our coons here. But what we realized was that folks from the Caribbean and from Africa, they rarely check theirs. There isn't an internet program, podcast, Twitter space where they sit there and check their coons. Now, there is a whole lot of inter-ethnic fighting and backstabbing of each other. Damn! Now, you got that on Twitter. You got that on Facebook. I'm a member of some of their groups. I follow some of them. I mean, in Nigeria, in Rwanda, I mean, they are at each other. They at each other, but not, here's the crazy part, y'all, but not because of the white colonizers. They're at each other because you're Yoruba and I'm Igbo, or you're Husafalani and I'm Delta. They're at each other for that, but they're not at each other because you kiss the Europeans' asses and sell us out to them. Now, that's what they're not at each other over. They ain't stabbing each other online about that. That's all right. That's okay. But you ain't a part of my tribe. Oh, I got to shank you. Got to get at you. The white supremacy is deep. The white supremacy has colonized them, that even in the Twitter space where there are no white people still run it. That's why we took our stance and have cultivated our culture of resistance. Because we go looking for the invisible hand. And these other folks want to be the invisible hand. We check our coons, but these other folk rarely check theirs. They let them run wild. And this is why cooning is culture in those places. Cooning is culture on the continent. Gotta call it for what it is. There is no anti-cooning movement in Africa nor the Caribbean. There's no anti-cooning movement. They fighting to see who can get lightest and brightest. There is no anti-coon culture, no anti-coon representative, with possibly the sole exception of Julius Malema, peace be upon him. But other than that, ain't nobody really standing 10 toes down. Call it like it is. And Julius is one man. I'm looking for the movement. Where's the anti-cooning movement? There's no one in Nigeria going after the people who call us Akatas. Don't even get me started on the Afro-Latinos. Don't even get me started on them. Riders are few and far between, and people who check the others who are off-code in their culture, damn near non-existent. They show up in our circles, the only place you see anybody. But what you don't see is folk over there in their circle saying, hey, you off code. The African spots ain't checking themselves and saying, hey, you don't do that Akata garbage. Tariq Nasheed shouldn't have to say a damn thing to nobody about Akata. Shouldn't have to say a damn thing to nobody about Mayate. Shouldn't have to say a damn thing to nobody. Because they folks should already be over there checking them. They shouldn't be able to breathe. Somebody else should already be over there checking them. That shouldn't be our job or our responsibility. Where you at to shut that down? Because every time we say something, all of a sudden you want to get buck and get up in our faces. Where the hell were you and them folk over there talking like that? I'm talking about your mothers, your fathers, your sisters, that garbage y'all got going on behind closed doors. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about having some falling outs with your family because you have absolutely no problem whatsoever falling out with your damn family when you want to go lay up with Zaddy. Damn! When it's time to lay up with Zaddy, you ready to get excommunicated, you're ready to get written out of the will, you're ready to get kicked out of the whole damn state. Oh, you're ready to go Candace Owens. When Zaddy come to throw it down, oh, you're ready to give up everything. So don't tell me what it don't mean to you. There's not a word I'm saying is false. So that's how we got where we are here today, since folks want to play this game of smiling in our faces, using us as a trading zone, and then they go home and it's all kinds of mess going on. Smiling in our faces and stabbing us in our backs.
Backstabbers.
So we just got to the point where we started saying, now the code is this. Our culture as foundationals is to check our coons. If you are not going to check your coons from the Caribbean and Africa who attack us, then we're not going to pretend that we don't see you sitting silently by any longer. We are now adjusting how we regard you. Because you see, if you're one of our allies, you one of our family, you supposed to be regulating that. You don't get to say you're part of our family and you ain't regulating it. We got to regulate it because you sitting over there quiet. Okay, if you that damn quiet, you're a collaborator with them. We just stopped playing games. We just said, you know what? We're writing off our losses. We're cutting our losses, and we're just going to let it be what it is. There you go. There you go. That's it. They didn't think it was ever going to come to that. You know why? Because let's just call it what it is. There's been a lot of thirsty niggas for interracial sexual access running around New York. And you've given them the false impression that we'll tolerate them disrespecting us and whatever, so long as there's some occasional sex involved. We can be bought off. If you can catch one of the Latinas out there before she starts getting shaped like Play-Doh, it's like, okay, we can be bought off. No. No offense. We made it safe to be an outcast in America. We created a safe space.
Shout out Queen Sanity for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
To be an outcast in America. The Irish didn't make a safe space for us among them. Just as soon as they were given a small amount of breathing room among the other Europeans, they joined up with them and started attacking us. Italians didn't make a safe space for us. We were a trading zone for them and the Italian mafia. Sound familiar, Joe? For these white groups that were not quite white, the Irish, the Italians, the Spaniards. The Irish and the Italian and the Spaniards, whose descendants are these Spanish-speaking white people today who are not Anglo, so you're not quite white enough. Although before the 1970 census you were, then you got kicked out of it. Now they're fighting to get back in. Oh, we kept the paperwork. We kept the paperwork. Italians did not make a safe space for us. Michael Francis is on YouTube today. They always talk about the federal government and RICO and this, that, and the other. But when we were in the streets because George Floyd was murdered after a long list of people, Michael Francis was sitting there taking the side of the government, sounding like Fox News. Take a look at how quickly that flipped. Everybody is fine with us as long as we look powerless and helpless. As long as we can be harmed with impunity, we're cool. Just as soon as we make it clear that we cannot be harmed with impunity and we are not going to sit helplessly, all of a sudden, everybody starts talking like Ben Shapiro and Fox News. They flip real quick. Alex Jones was the biggest so-called anti-government individual to the point of being lunatic fringe conspiracies. And when black folk took to the streets, he was the most pro-government individual on the planet. He was backing big government, spying on people, the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, every invasive thing that he was talking against, all of a sudden they were wonderful. Sound familiar, Joe? We as the foundation are the only people who made a safe space for anyone who was an outcast from white society and would be treated like fully vested human beings. We didn't segregate other people from our music. See, I'm taking this to the next level. We didn't segregate other people from our music. We taught white children. You damn right, I'm increasing the volume on you. We taught white children how to do what we do. Ain't that right, Jerry Lee Lewis? What? White people, white kids became millionaires and internationally famous and started chasing around little girls. We ain't gonna go there. They got to come where we were. Listen to me, folks. They got to come where we were as children. Wasn't nobody molesting them. See, that's why they could do that. It was safe. Everybody has always known it is safe to be around us. Your children are safe around us. Emmett Till wasn't safe around them white bastards over there in white supremacist society. Emmett Till was not safe over there. Jerry Lee Lewis, for those of you who saw the movie Great Balls of Fire, that's autobiographical. He said he used to watch the black honky tonks and the sock hops and the barn shows. As a child, he would see us doing what we do. And that's where he got started with that. And he's, along with Elvis Presley and all the others, we ain't gonna talk about Elvis Presley racism right now. All the others, that's who they got it from us as children. They were allowed to come to our spaces, our churches, our clubs as children. Nobody's gonna molest them. Nobody's gonna abuse them. Nobody's gonna harm them. They could come day after day, week after week, and be treated like human beings, with no one looking to harm them. That's how you learn, how you had freedom to have access to our culture in the first place. We gave you access to our music. We gave you access to our food. Ain't that right, Harlan Sanders? Ain't that right, Jack Daniels? Ain't that right? Who in the hell was that? What's her face? The white woman who was running around talking crazy about her daddy. He lost all his money when he lost his slaves. Paula Deen. Paula Deen. Ain't that right? You've had access, free-floating access to our music, our culture, our food, our clubs. You didn't just learn the music, you learned the dancing. All you all had were the vestiges. This is how you know that you didn't influence us, Joe. Everything that we created was original and new and novel. All the rest of you who are cast-offs from European culture, you still brought those elements with you. The waltzes and the ballroom music, all these things that were brought over from Germany and England. That's none of us. We were completely segregated, not just physically, but culturally. We were threatened with physical harm if we were too much like white folk. We were required to create our own, and we did, and it was better. And it didn't have anybody else's elements. They figured that all the new music, everything new, nothing new could be created. And we showed the world, oh, hell, yes, it can. It can be created and better than it's ever been. Next thing you know, they flocked to us. They never heard anything like it. That's why I say that we're from the soil. We brought it straight out of the earth itself. It didn't come from somebody else. You just wish it did because it's so phenomenal. You just wish it did. There is no salsa influence in what we do. There is no polka influence in what we do. There's none of that. None. And the rest of you who got it from us is because you had free access to it, because we didn't lock the damn doors on you, and you knew that you would not be harmed even if you came in our company by yourselves. Your children could sit next to us on the piano, sit there and watch black men playing the guitar. You were looking at them like they were the gods of old. What is he doing with those strings? That's amazing. They don't allow us to do something like that. They tell us that's the devil's music. Because let me tell you about European culture. European culture is a culture of control. Everything has to be meticulously, methodically, oppressively cataloged. We have to know every bug, every roach, every specimen, every leg. We got to know everything, and then we got to write a name for it, and this will be your name, and you have no choice in the matter, and you will live by this, and this is what you're going to be dominated by. Right down to what music can be. It must adhere to this structure. 4 beats per measure, except for a waltz, but that is it. Anything else, that must be the devil. This is not harmonic. It's not dualistic. You're not adhering to each of the measures. You're running over them. We called it souling. We singing from our souls. We're playing from our souls. We're not playing to adhere to this system of sheet music that you created. As the immortal Maurice White said to that woman, Allison, who they give her co-writing credit on September. Maurice White, for those of you who do not know, the chorus to the song September is not ya-dee-ya. It's ba-dee-ya, B-A-A, ba-dee-dee-e, ya. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. That was the point. And Allison sat up there, and she Library of Congress, you can go look up her interview with the Library of Congress. She said that the night before they would do the Turn into Masters, that she was begging Maurice White, please change that chorus. Your brother brought me in to help you do this song. Change that chorus. Badi-ya is babble. People won't like it. It won't sell. It's babble. It doesn't mean anything. Maurice White sat there and told her, listen, Allison, never let lyrics get in the way of the groove. And he refused to re-record it or change those lyrics. And we got that song to this day. Ba-dee-ya, Dancing in September. What does it mean? It means don't get in the way of the damn groove. That's what it means. That's a concept that is contrary to the European culture of control and dominance. And then it doesn't matter if it's hurting everybody. I have to control you. It's more important that I control you than you create something great. Their children couldn't get that. Isn't that ironic? The people that they enslaved were the ones who set their children's minds free. The people who they most wanted to control were the ones who set their children's minds free. And to this day now, they by the way, they kind of ignored what we taught them because that structure and standardization, now in their music, a guitar solo has to be standard. I'm like, okay, you missed the point. Every song has to have a guitar solo. I missed the point again. But they didn't learn how to use music freely till we taught them. When they saw that we did it and it sounded better than anything they ever done, that the parents were either wrong or lying to them, told them it was the devil's music, all that wailing you're doing, it's setting it free. That's how you learn this. That's where it came from. You don't have an equivalent to that where you come from. You learned it from us. And the problem is that we invited everybody in freely, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, in that beautiful humanity that we had. We didn't try to segregate you from our music. We didn't try to burn down your clubs. We didn't try to burn down your restaurants. We didn't try to harm your children when they sat at our feet and learned this from us. We gave you and your children a floor to explore your talents in our building. They were allowed, you were allowed to go as far and as high as your abilities would take you. And despite a culture of blatant white supremacy, we are the only people on American soil who do not practice economics along racial or ethnic lines. We're the only people who don't do that. The only ones. Meanwhile, over there in Spanish Harlem, what? Meanwhile, over there at the bodegas. Meanwhile, over there in Queens. Meanwhile, over there in Little Africa. They do nothing but practice economics along racial and ethnic lines. That's all they do. We're the only place where that doesn't happen, including culturally. And that's why we are locking down this thing now, because if we let you do what you're trying to do now and deceive people into thinking that you had some part in what we built, you're already trying to tell folk that you made it. And then next thing you know, it'll be just like ragtime and jazz and blues and country and rock and heavy metal. We'll become guests in our own damn house and tourists in our own damn city. And you'll be sitting there with the deed to the house telling us that we have to ask you for permission to be in our own home. No, buddy, you got to check in and get permission from us. On account of the fact you didn't build this, it's not yours. We extended that type of thing to you. That was something that was never done for us. Over there in Latino culture, I don't want to hear a damn thing about Cecilia Cruz. Tired of y'all yanking her name out. That's been a tool and a method of folks sitting up here want to play this damn token game. You can say Cecilia Cruz and you can't name nobody else. That's the only one you can name. You can't say a damn thing beyond that. That's it. So I need to just go ahead and blow the damn top off of it. Tell me who the black folk are in reggaeton today that y'all are sitting there boosting up and hyping up. Who are the folk who run in the yard over there? Let me know when they start hosting your programs. Which ain't happening. Let me explain to you and get you straight right now. I want to talk to some other folk around here right now about that term tether and what it means there. Tether is the term for immigrant coons. If you are a domestic coon, you know who you are. Tether is the name for the immigrant coons. So we have a classification. The Europeans should be happy with that. We got a classification for you. When we see a certain behavior, we've classified it to let everyone around us know, hey, this is what it is. So whether you are a domestic tetherist, whether you are domestic coons or immigrant coons, we have a way of classifying it in a very brief shorthand that explains that. I don't want anybody else misusing the terms. Being an immigrant or of immigrant background is not what makes you a tether. That's been said a million times, but you're upset because you know that that's what you are. Being of immigrant background does not qualify you to be a tether. Being a coon of immigrant background who tries to undermine us, oh, that's the tether right there. That's the tether right there. No, folks, so when people get on my phone or anything else and they have an accent, that does not... folks sitting up here in my chat room or anything else automatically typing up, is they a tether? They're not a tether if they have an accent. They're not a tether if they're not from here. They're not a tether if they're an immigrant. That is not a tether. When they start talking that talk and dropping those words and dropping that vernacular that lets you know, oh, there it goes. Yeah, you got your Candace Owens. Oh, there it goes. Well, there's the tether right there. So now that I got everybody here tonight, over 9,000 strong, let me go ahead and just clarify that and distinguish that right quick. For those of you who do want to use that term, do not use it out of its context. Being an immigrant does not make you a tether. Any more than just being black makes you foundational. A tether is contingent on a certain behavior, a certain practice, a certain culture. Being a tether is not an accent. Being a tether is not a specific geographic location except outside of here. You have to be from outside of here to do that. But it's a certain, it is conjoined to a behavior. So we have to stay consistent with that so that other folks don't try to weaponize that and use that against us. Fat Joe understands that he's using us as a trading zone. Minorities when convenient. And what we're saying is, no, you got to be all the way in. You got to be all in. This strategy of bringing over Trojan horses who look like us and then they turn out to be Barack Obama or Kamala Harris, that's what we pushing back against. That's what we pushing back on. I want to talk to Fat Joe here for just a few moments. You know what, everybody? I'd like to know something here because Fat Joe sure does love to say nigga a lot. He sure does love to say that. I got a question for you here, Fat Joe. Can you please tell me the Latino slur that we as black folk over here are allowed to use? Damn! I'd like for you to go ahead and get me hip to that, Joe. Tell me the Latino slur. Tell me the slur of the Latino slur that we are allowed to use, that we got a pass to use. I'd like to know which one we got. Which one you gonna co-sign for us? I'd like to know which one that one is. Because I can't find it. I don't see anybody extending that to us. And that's another New York issue. New York should have clamped down on that decades ago. Dudes be so damn giddy and happy to have somebody non-black around them that they just they imitating us. Let's just call it for what it is. Let's just call it for what it is. These dudes know what to do when they come around, y'all. They bring their sisters. What? Oh, I said it. They bring their sisters, they bring their cousins, they bring their nieces. They talk with that little accent. Niggas' hearts start fluttering. Oh, I'm calling it for what it is. New York, you got to hold this L. I seen them do it, and y'all know it's the damn truth. If they don't have money to open up no damn doors, nothing else, they bring some of the females in their damn family. Somebody gonna sit up here and break ranks. Oh, it's his turn. Somebody gonna get giddy and break ranks because it's your turn. And then next thing you know, the dudes show up, and I'll be damned, you done sold out the village. So I'm sure this is all a culture shock to Joe at this point right here. He thought everything was good in the hood and all that whatnot. It's like, dude, there's a reason why we was watching this. There's a reason why we was watching this. See, here's the thing right there. If you really were down with us to begin with here, this would not be the response. The whole response would be, hey, partner, let me talk to you about that right quick. The response would be to talk on the level of what we're saying. The response would not be to start having a whole bunch of white supremacist talking points. You see, if you have a white girlfriend or a white wife, I don't care if you yell at her, scream at her, cheat on her, chase her around the house with a baseball bat. What? Okay. I'm serious. I don't care what you do to her. If there's something you can do to her that makes her bust out and say, you dirty, no good nigger, that was never your wife, your girlfriend. That was a white supremacist the whole damn time. I said it. There should not be anything you could possibly do to her that would get that response if that's not already in her. We're having some real talk tonight. There shouldn't be if that's not what she really is, there shouldn't be anything conceivable you could do that would get that response, because that's not who she is and that's not how she sees you. And that if that's really real, well, I only called you a nigger because you cheated on me. If you hadn't cheated on me, you wouldn't be a nigger. Really? Well, I wouldn't have called you a nigger if you hadn't taken my car around the block, but I was just mad. Really? So I'm not a nigger any other time, but if I cheat on you, now I'm a nigger. If we get into an argument, now I'm a nigger. We get into it, now I'm a nigger. I'm not before, but now I am. Yeah, you applied the pressure and now all of a sudden you a nigga. All of a sudden now you a nigga. No, we collecting all the hall passes, we collecting all the cards. This is enough of the madness. Enough of the madness. Put pressure on Joe. Next thing you know, you're talking like Fox News. There shouldn't be anything that we could say to you that gets that reaction. Not a Fox News white supremacist reaction. There shouldn't be anything we could say or do that gets you to do that one. That should be something that just can't happen. And yet there it is. There it is. So no, Fat Joe got to face the music. We going around, we collecting all the hall passes, give them on back. We taking them all back up. What's shocking them is that we're not looking for their approval. I'm not looking for you to be in a film. I'm not looking to have an interview. I'm not looking for you to be on a feature. I ain't looking to get nothing. Isn't this amazing, the freedom you have when you're not looking to get something from anybody? I would be remiss if I didn't say this next part here. Y'all, I'm not going to say any specific names, though I could say some names, but I ain't going to say no specific names because I've said some names before. You got some folk out there, man, and they looking to stay on. They looking to stay relevant. They will do anything. Y'all think they money straight out there. In a lot of cases, most of these folk ain't. They looking for somebody to get next to. They looking for somebody to make a backroom deal with. They'll go with any damn thing. They'll give anybody a pass to do anything. That's why I call folk out for running around with Eminem. I call folk out for running around with Tekashi 6ix9ine. I call folk out for running around Lincoln Park. No offense. When you got so-called black icons big up in Eminem and putting him ahead of them, I'm like, dude, what? Are you that thirsty and desperate to be on a feature? Has the money dried up that damn bad? So you all need to understand there's a whole bunch of folk out here trying to make connections because the rap money ain't doing what it used to do. The rap money ain't doing what it used to do, so we got to watch out. They willing to sit up here and make little backroom deals and shake hands with folk behind the scenes. And then next thing you know, they showing up and you're on this side and your so-called icons and legends are over there. The so-called icons and legends are over there. So, as the foundational black authority, as Fat Joe has referred to me as, I've taken this as an opportunity to go ahead and to clear that up for anyone and everyone involved of exactly where we stand on the issue. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the lines are open.
Africa, Puerto Ricans didn't start hip hop at all. My African American brothers created hip hop, whether it was Africa Bambaataa, DJ Kool Herc.
Well, as you see, Fat Joe is crashing out again. You know, we all remember last year when he went on social media and he said that hip hop was created 50-50 by blacks and Puerto Ricans, right? And the black community went crazy. People like Grandmaster Caz came out and all the elders was coming out and was speaking and was like, that's false, because it was a culture that we created out of desperation. And it wasn't just created just in the South Bronx, because hip hop was part of black culture, period. No matter where you was, the way that we talk, the way that we dress, the way that we dance, the way that we thought, the way that we draw, it was a little bit of everything. It was an embodiment of our culture, right? So Fat Joe, when he makes that statement, you had, as you can see, some Puerto Ricans came out and disagreed because they were there. They said, no, my African American brothers created it. And those are the brothers that actually love us, man. That got love for us, man. Because, like I said, a lot of these groups bring their anti-black racism to America. And they like our culture. They admire us, but they don't like us as a people. So they'll go and take it from us. So Fat Joe goes on to Math Hoffa, and Math Hoffa, I'm disappointed in you guys, man, because you didn't challenge him. Y'all know the history. And y'all sat there and laughed as if it was funny. So all of our people ain't 100, right? But Fat Joe said this.
These rumors were made by radical blacks. Let's just say that. Okay? It's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them. Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever these bros is. We got a Looney Tune, like your man Lord Jamar, who's a fucking Looney Tune. Okay, he's a loony bin, right? We just said that the drug of choice is attention. It's this and this and that. They get a guy who he was a legend. He's brand Nubian,
right?
And he's the wackest in the crew. Be clear. But now this might be like trying to get lit, trying to say anything. The world's flat, to this, that, anything to go viral.
But see, the video don't lie. Fat Joe make those type of comments, but then you have the old school Puerto Ricans. We got video footage of them in the early 80s saying this.
Everything, all the breaking and stuff like that was considered underground. And Tuku Herc brought everything out into the open. And that was like, say, 74, 75. All the underground stuff, all the in-house, all the hallway dances, and all the house party dances were brought out to the street. And the more they took it to the street, the more nationalities got involved in it. You know, it was no longer an Afro-American thing. The Hispanic took to the dance.
I know for a fact that when I went to some parts, it was rare to see a Puerto Rican dancer breaking. And when they did, it was like, oh shit, check out the Puerto Rican B-boy, you know?
A lot of people used to call it like, yo, you know, like the Latinos, you know, Moreno means black, you know, they be like, yo, that's that Moreno style, you know, and that's the original style of B-boy.
So black kids invented breaking as we know it, as we understand it.
And as they said, it was underground. It was underground black culture. So this is the thing. Before hip hop came out mainstream, how long was it underground black culture? How long was it underground FBA culture, right? For a long time, right? So then you have Lord Jamar. Lord Jamar responds. And he responds to Fat Joe very calmly, right? Because Fat Joe was very disrespectful. And again, Math Hoffa and them didn't challenge him. But Lord Jamar responded by saying this.
Fat Joe has an album out right now. And just like how the Democratic Party kind of expected foundational Black Americans to just support it just because, I think Fat Joe thinks that although he has a gripe with foundational Black Americans, I think he believes that we're going to go out there and support his new venture. I feel that all foundational Black Americans should boycott Fat Joe's new album. Because what all these people don't understand is all these people who have been ingratiated by hip hop is that if you took it back to your so-called roots or to your motherland or whatever the case may be and asked them to support you, you would not be where you are today. I asked KRS, I asked Fat Joe, I asked Lazy Legs, Buster, a bunch of them. I asked to come to a debate, sit down and let's talk about like civilized people. Bring your assets, bring what you have that strengthens your argument. I'm going to bring the people that I have that say they were there and can tell you about the origins of hip hop. And yes, some people may have been Puerto Rican. Some people may have had Jamaican background or something like that. But guess what? They were all doing and acting like foundational Black American youth. They weren't acting Jamaican. They weren't acting Puerto Rican when it came to interacting in hip hop circles. Even before the culture had a name, the culture was still there. And it was being influenced by foundational Black American youth using foundational Black American music as its base. We wasn't using any Puerto Rican slang. And not just Puerto Rican, anything. It's not about hating anything that doesn't look like you. These are non-arguments that people try to create to try to say that this is what people are upset about. No, we're upset about the fact that you can't just admit that the thing that you love, hip hop, that has brought you fame and fortune, was created by a people that you subconsciously look down upon.
And as you can see, a lot of the elder Puerto Ricans from the past, they really revere and respect us, because y'all gotta understand something. Back in those days, some Puerto Ricans was cool, but some of them was racist. They wasn't with us. They was wearing patches with swap. Excuse me. They was wearing patches. That's all, right? But they wasn't respecting us, right? And everybody knew it. They had the Cocolos or the Morenos and all those different names and stuff that they had for black folk, So that we act like we don't understand that. So while we were in the parks doing our stuff, they was over there doing their thing. So this is what the elder said.
After the holidays.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, brother, for all that you do. And
Hold on. Hold up right there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for being a voice, with all respects, to my Puerto Rican people and this culture. Puerto Ricans didn't start hip hop at all. My African American brothers created hip hop, whether it was Africa Bambaataa, DJ Kool Herc, Red Alert. Let's go back to Grandmaster Theodore. That's my boy. I was just out here with Theodore, like, how long ago? 5 months ago. Grandmaster Theodore. My God, I was hugging him like a little boy with a big bag of toys.
But then Tariq Nasheed caught wind, and he also decided to chime in. Check this out.
And Fat Joe, they sent him out to be the crash dummy. So when Fat Joe went out there with that whole hostile take, they let him be the sacrificial lamb. And he made a real bold statement. He jumped out the window and said, hey, you know what? Hip hop was created by blacks and Puerto Ricans 50-50. And then he ran out the room. And everybody's like, what? Then he was doubling down. Yeah, I said it. I said what I said. It's 50-50. And everybody's like, why don't you explain it? What do you mean 50-50? What? Yeah. If y'all ain't from the Bronx, y'all just don't know. And then people from the Bronx started asking questions. Hey, what they talking about? What 50-50? And this was right around the 50th anniversary of hip hop, by the way. The 50th anniversary was coming up, and they were really trying to push a Black and Latino co-creation myth. And that's to minimize us. You just couldn't give us credit to say, hey, these foundational Black Americans created this phenomenal genre and this phenomenal culture. You had to try to crowbar a co-creation myth. That was meant to undermine us, ladies and gentlemen. When they try to crowbar somebody and create some kind of co-creation myth to your story, the ultimate goal is to undermine you. That's to erase you. And we talked about this in the movie Microphone Check. When we did the film Microphone Check, we got all of the pioneers, the people who were there at the very beginning, the first MCs, the first person to rap over records, DJ Hollywood, the first person to MC at a party, folklore rock, the first MC to really spit intricate 16 bars, Melly Mel, the first female MC, Shy Rock, the first B-boys, Sasa, Trixie, the first graffiti artist, Cornbread. We got all of the real pioneers. Something that has never been done before in a hip-hop film. Most hip-hop films, they'll have one or two pioneers and then start putting all of these Puerto Ricans who came in the 80s and then say that they're the pioneers. They always do that with hip-hop documentaries. They'll go get Crazy Legs or somebody. And then they misconstrue the origins of the genre. We, in Microphone Check, we're clearing all of that up. We cleared all of that stuff up. We said, no, you're not going to create a false narrative. You're not going to do a co-creation myth. Hip hop, every single element of it was created by foundational Black Americans, and we proved that emphatically.
And I'm gonna say this to a lot of my African American FBA family, a lot of my FBA family. You know, for years I've got made fun of for being pro-Black, pro-Black, pro-wax. Oh, y'all too hardcore. But as time go on, society is forcing Black Americans to be pro-Black. You have to be pro-Black. You have no choice because they have no respect for you or your culture. They want to take it and make it their own, right? So now when you hear these elders say it was started by us and giving us our respect, but these new groups don't because they don't like you like that. It is what it is, and I've been telling y'all that. Stop being online, ridiculing Black women and ridiculing Black men and destroying yourselves in front of the world because you're teaching people how to treat you. That's why on my channel, I don't have a problem showing my family, my wife, my grandkids, and saying, hey, this is an FBA family, right? This is what FBA culture is about. But you guys, you come online and you want to be mad at Fat Joe, but you guys created a Fat Joe. Fat Joe feels comfortable going into Matt Harper's room and talking like that and into his space because as FBA, this is our fault. We created this. We're teaching people how to treat us when we're not respecting each other as a group, when we're not shutting the door on other people, right? You have to tell them this is unacceptable and you will be held accountable when you disrespect us or try to take our culture away. And we have to be unapologetic about that and stand on it and can't say this, but then next week we back online committing verbal genocide on each other before everybody. It has to stop. It has to stop. And you have to stop supporting the channels that promote it. It has to stop. You can't fight for one way, but don't change your behavior in the other way. It's not going to work. So it's easy to criticize Fat Joe, but why is there a Fat Joe created? What problem do we play? We already know what goes on with W supremacy and all the other groups. I got all that. But when these groups are comfortable enough to do this in 2024, knowing our history, where do we play a part in allowing that to happen? Because of the way that we portray ourselves on social media and everything else, it has to stop. It has to stop. We have to get some type of cultural integrity and cultural pride. And I've been saying this for years since I've been online. And not just saying it, changing the behavior, creating the urban nerves, working with the kids, promoting Black families. I'm not just talking about it, I'm doing it. And we have to start being about it if you're sick and tired of being sick and tired. Other than that, the disrespect is going to keep on coming.
That's a fact. I appreciate the love, y'all. Cultfigga.